it's kind of the best of both worlds. We're back racing here at Zwartkops, unfortunately, and it's great to be back, that's for sure. But there are a couple of people who unfortunately are no longer with us over this last couple of months, and it's really, really sad. But it's really great to have the honor and their memories here back at Zwartkops and the ability to go racing again. We're here at DOE, as you can see, with the Formula V's, one of the categories racing today, and they've got a very special presentation they're going to be doing here today as well. I'm going to ask Theo for Mark to come and join me. Theo, take us through what's happening here today, buddy. I know, we've lost a whole bunch of people over the last couple of months, and it's really sad, of course, for this family to lose such a stalwart in the sport.
Yeah, so we lost Bettino. I want to remember at the end of the year. So I decided, well, let's gather as much drivers as we can for this weekend and honor him for this weekend. Also, Kevin Beck has also passed away. You lost a lot of friends as well in the last month. It's scary. So we've got a tribute race this weekend. Both of his sons are here. Albert Tain's driving his one car, Denver's driving his other car. So yeah, I thought let's just expedite the honor for Ben and do it today.
Doing the opening. What a way to go. That's a special moment. And of course, he has been around for a long, long time as part of this category, which is great to see. But I think you want to do the presentation and hand over that honoring. Oh, that's magic, okay. The Medal of Honor and a certificate there. And I believe Isabel's going to come and accept on his behalf.
Yeah. Yes.
I'll leave you to it. There you go. So there you go. A little bit of a special moment here for Formula V.
Has been such a great person in this industry, in our community, in Formula V. This was his 21st year racing, and we decided to give him an honorary medal and his honorary membership this year. So will you please accept this award?
Thank you.
Thanks, Leo. Thanks, Mariki. There you go. Special award there for him, and a special award for everybody here today as well. And also a massive thanks to everybody else that's joined us here. I know that as soon as we got the certificate in shot, we'll show you we've got a massive field compared to normal here with Formula V, which is really great to see. And that's how we do it. We honor all the people that have done such a great job. Well done. It's a nice little initiative. Congratulations here, man. Please pass on our respects as well to the family. He's done an incredible job in motorsport from our side. So there you have it. We're going to be racing now in a couple of minutes' time, so come and join us here at Zwartkops. We're going to kick things off with Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. These guys are going to be in action. As you can see, it's a massive field coming to join us as well. Extreme Supercars are in the house, so are all the Super Hatch categories, and we've got them Thunder Sports as well. It's all happening here at Zwartkops. Big welcome to Zwartkops and back into race action once again after a long break. And a big welcome to all of our fans and friends from all around the world as you join us here for Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge, the first of our categories here today, participating at the Regional Extreme Festival at the Arena of Motorsport Zwartkops, just west of Pretoria here in Gauteng, South Africa. And a massive welcome to everybody who has joined us from all around the world. Hello my queen, hello Gary Fleming all the way from Cape Town. I've got a couple of guys who already joined us early on in the stream as we did a little honour and tribute to one of the stalwarts of Formula V, Ben Pienaar. Hope you enjoyed that one, Ben, and the whole family. Of course, tribute day to them, to him today from the DOE Formula V's. Big field of cars coming out as a bit of a tribute to him as well. And speaking of tributes, Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge also doing a bit of a tribute there, running stickers on their cars in honour of the late great Tony Taylor, who also we have lost over the last 45 or 50 days or so. We've been in lockdown and still battling with this COVID scenario. Proudly brought to you by Posi Drive and Dunlop Tyres. As you can see, a big welcome to everybody who's just joined us here on our live stream. We kick things off today with Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge, and as we get into the thick of it, you can see a problem in the background. One of the Universal cars, I think that might be Davy van der Merwe, pulling off the circuit completely and out of harm's way. So the Universal Motorsport car already with some issues as we start the day's racing, and Lee Thompson walking across there to go and find out exactly what went wrong. It means that the front row is going to be a lone car of Rory Atkinson on his own for BHIT, and then Darby should have been alongside him in second, but unfortunately hasn't made it onto the grid. He's pulled off the circuit just to the left hand side of our shot that we're on right now. Baldy Mikey's and Bevan Masters will be second and third place on the grid, ahead of Wayne Masters and Derek Smallberger. Then it's Sam Dale and Stelio Nosios, and then of course that's all of our Class A competitors, with Roland Hopkins and Chris Dell making up the final part of Class A. Class B is headed out by Leighton Fourie, also who battled a little bit over the last couple of months with some issues with COVID. Unfortunately, he's now recovered nicely. Etienne van der Linde helping him out. You can see Davy running back there in the yellow helmet out of harm's way and completely off the circuit before we go racing. But it's his teammate, Leighton Fourie, who heads up Class B ahead of Stian Kriel. Then you've got Karshan Naidu and Stuart Mack ahead of Robbie De Silva and Elna Cruiser. Devin Piazzamusso and Andre Needham. Charisse van der Merwe and Ethan Kutsia. Then Alden Haupt and Nicholas Setinich. And of course then we've got Leon Undal. He should be upstairs doing commentary, but he's in his race car today with Bevan Williams alongside him. Gavin Ross and Chris Davison, Mitch Kutsia and Elio Mussolini, with Francois Foncel right at the back of the Class B competitors for our Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. You can see just in the background there Philip Cruiser. He's second last at the moment in Class C, with Pierluigi Mussolini and Mohamed Korodia, who lead things in terms of Class C. Ian Walker, Adrian de Beer, Rainer van Heerden, Martin de Beer, and as I mentioned, Philip Cruiser just ahead there of Dino Smit. And that is the big field of 38 cars, make it 37 now, with the demise and early retirement there of Davy van der Merwe with some kind of issue in the Universal Healthcare car. 1 minute board. We've got Class B with the red flag still, so the red lights will go on and off after the 30-second board. And Class A will make their way down into turn 1. Johan Krainhouse has joined us, so has Arlene Robertson-Stradham. Thanks so much for everything. Watching from the UK, that's fantastic. So lights out and we're racing. Bush and Buck car making its way down into turn 1, trying to squeeze through there, but it is the BHIT machine of Rory Atkinson, who has looked like he might be the man to beat as they head down towards turn 2. Watch out for Class B getting off just in the background. Baldy Mikey's already under pressure, as you can see, coming into turn 2. Oh, a little bit of a touch into turn 2 there between the two of them. This is Class B into turn 1. Volkswagen corner, and somebody running wide already. I think that might have been Charisse van der Merwe who ran a little bit wide. Back to the back end there of Class A as they come out of turn 3 onto the back straight for the first time. And it's side-by-side action there, almost 2x2 all through the field, except for the first two cars on track, and that's what looks like Bevan Masters up into second place. So a nice start there from Bevan Masters. This is Class C, and problems for Class C cars. Adrian de Beer has got out of shape there properly. I think Philip Cruiser might have also. There's two cars off there. Yeah, Cruiser's the second one. So unfortunately, two cars already coming together there, and of course C11, Adrian de Beer, is a front runner, so that's going to be a lot of work to do for him now. Mikey's under attack there from the Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger. Had breakfast with him this morning. He's saying he was fired up, and they've got some new stuff done to that car, so he's looking forward to the big challenge here in Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Late braking, very late braking coming out of Dale, I should say. Just squeezing through there with Sam Dale, trying to find a way through. I think he might be able to do it into turn 1 if he keeps that inside line. But the outside line will be Smallberger's. Class B now into turn 8, GNH Transport corner. Evan Williams starting to get out of shape, and he's, that's the reason he's out of shape. There's somebody that's looped out there, coming out of turn number 8. Here comes Class C down towards that frac car. Could possibly be a bit of a problem here for Class C. It's Carodia who leads things out. Hermoinsa car there of Chris Davison with some battle scars on the back end of it. Mussolini on his tail. So a bit of a frantic start to the way things have gone here for Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge in every single one of their classes. Sam Dale now trying to make up some ground as they head to the top of the hill. It's Rory Atkinson who leads things out though. Let's just see if we can calm things down a bit with Bevan Masters in second. Third place is Monkeys. Fourth place is Smallberger. Then you've got Dale. Dale's got Wayne Masters on his tail. Performance Masters car all over Sam Dale's machine. Looking for a way through but can't find it just yet. Heading down towards turn 8. Looks like we might have a possibility of flags here. Flags into turn number 8, and I think everybody is starting to slow down. Yellow flags waving frantically. One of there's a safety car required here. 74 is out. That's a problem there for Nick Setnich. Safety car has been deployed. Pretoria North Toyota's 86 is in the house. He's going to wave through all the slower cars and try and pick up on the number 1 car there of Rory Atkinson. So he'll wait to pick up the leader, waving through all the other slower cars. Great job there by the marshals, as always. Zwartkops and Kyle Army marshals now combined, along with a whole bunch of team from Red Star. It's a big conglomerate of marshals that work their way around the circuits here in Gauteng to ensure we can go racing. And of course, a massive thanks to them for all of the efforts that they do put in at the various circuits we go and play around in. BHIT, that is Rory Atkinson. Masters, Monkeys, Sabertech car is Smallberger. And it's Dale and the Performance Masters car of Wayne Masters. So that's how things have gone so far, as we get into it now for the first time. Remember, if you do want to pick up on the live timing, it's also on TJ Timing. TJ Timing is our official timers here from Zwartkops. And now you can see just guys starting to sort themselves out. Looks like we're going to go for a restart here. Didn't see red flags come out, so I'm not quite sure why these cars have all stopped. Must possibly be a red flag here somewhere. Otherwise they wouldn't have stopped here on the sideline. Yeah, there we go. Confirmation of that red flag. And everybody will come to take up their positions once again to restart this first heat of Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Ivan Vassaki's just joined us as well. I hope you're up at turn number 7. That's normally where you are. Jerome Fanikok is there as well. So is Johan Krainer. Thanks for that one, buddy. Richard Duckham and Paulo Palapombo is in the house. How you doing, buddy? Bon dia. Steven Krill is there too. And our boss man from upstairs has joined us as well. So Steven Krill looks like he's had a bit of an issue at Kenwood Corner. That's turn 6. And he's now parked that T-Rex Racing machine on the sidelines. If I get him out, he might be able to resume his position at the back of the grid, but I don't think he'll be able to take up his position on the front where he'd normally be. They're sorting things out back into, I think, original start order, because they didn't even complete lap 1. Well, some guys have completed lap 1, but not everybody, of course. So cars all making their way back down to the start-finish line to retake up their positions. Toyota back into the pit lane. Okay, so they're going to resume their positions for a restart. Mr. Watt, how are you doing, bud? Good to have you here. Thanks so much for joining us. They've opened up a gap in the inside of the corner to allow Class A and B through on the Class C competitors who got to the finish line before everybody else did because of that red flag being pulled up in the middle of what was originally a safety car scenario. Take a while just to reshuffle everybody back into position. Dimi Familiaris, big welcome to you back. Thanks for coming to join us here at Zwartkops. Cool conditions today. In fact, relatively cold conditions, I'd have to say. As our Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge cars are out on the grid at the moment for their first heat and been brought to a relatively early stop. The full restart in a few minutes' time. Basically, I think the last 2 heats, or last 4 heats of Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge have had some kind of a stop in them. so I wonder if this is a normal scenario. Just to give you an indication, we're sitting with a real feel of about 8 degrees Celsius at the moment here at Zwartkops. So it's pretty chilly conditions to be racing in. Ideal for the engines, not so good for the Dunlop tyres, not so good for the support staff, and of course everybody that is here in a support category or capacity. Because remember, there's still no spectators allowed. Can't wait to open up the spectators soon. It is a big field, Gaza, yeah, for sure. We're at 38 cars. I think we're down to about 36 now with 2 cars with some issues there. One was Stian Kriel. The other one we saw early on was Davy van der Merwe, who's not even on the front row. And I wonder if they've been able to get that car out of harm's way. So we've got people in the UK, we've got people down in Cape Town, and we've now got people in the United States of America who've just joined us on the live stream. So a big welcome to Neil. How you doing, baby girl? Thanks for joining us here at Zwartkops. A couple of positions to shuffle around there, just to get it all sorted out. Just to run through once again, there'll be Rory Atkinson. Davy van der Merwe will not be alongside him on that front row. He pulled out just before we started the first heat on the original start. There's the car in the middle of the track, the Universal Racing and Team Red Racing's Polo. Bevan Masters and Wayne Masters alongside each other. Derek Smallberger just behind them in the Sabertech car with Sam Dell and Stelio Nosios, Roland Hopkins and Chris Dell. That is Class A. Class B is Leighton Fourie, also for the Express Hire and Team Red Racing Polo from Universal Motorsport. Stian Kriel, unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be back on grid. No, he's not. He's also found his way to the sidelines after an issue somewhere on track up at turn 6 at Kenwood Corner. So Karshan Naidu and Stuart Mack will be itching to jump up there and possibly take on the man up front. There you can see the recovery being done as Chris Davison from Hermoinse goes through. If you remember the last time we were at Zwartkops, before we went back into lockdown, Hermoinse actually supplied us a whole bunch of floodlights to do an evening into the night race, and it actually worked out to be one of the most exciting races of that outing. So looking forward to maybe more of that later on. And I'm sure if Chris Davison and the squad from Hermoinse want to have any more big coverage like they had, they'll certainly be looking to do the same. So recovery vehicles looking to try and possibly pick up maybe the Universal car before we get going again. Get that out of harm's way as they start to do a cleanup of all the stricken cars around the circuit. There's Darby running across to his car. Maybe he's going to go and help them get it recovered and back into pit lane. While they've got the cars stopped, it might not be a bad idea to get that machine. There you go. There's the sticker to Tony Taylor in memory of the late great. Another man we lost during the lockdown period, and another man we've lost to South African motorsport and to the fight against COVID. And very nice touch there from Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge to do a little bit of an honour there for Tony Taylor. So there's Darby's car being towed back into pit lane. And Darby probably had to run across there to climb in the car to help them get it back. Hopefully we can get that car sorted out, because he was second quickest in qualifying this morning. And I'm sure he's going to be looking for an opportunity to get that car sorted and back onto the grid for race 2. we've got a bit of a chance here as well, just to run through how things are going to run for the day. We've got Positive Drive Volkswagen Challenge, Car Care Clinic Super Hatch, the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, DOE Formula V, Silver Cup, the 2-litre class, the Thunder Sports and Saloons, and Car Care Clinic 111 GT Sports and Saloons. That is how we make up today's racing. So it's all four-wheeled action today, no two wheels here today at all. And of course we'll be looking forward to single-seaters, sports cars, supercars and super hatch throughout the day. Not too far away from the restart now, just waiting for Big Max to bring the T-Rex racing machine back down into pit lane of Stian Creel. Ex-champion in this class, a man originally based in Cape Town, now spends all of his time up in Gauteng. 32nd board. 5 seconds and lights. Looks like we're going straight into racing. Cold Dunlop tyres could be a big problem here. Let's have a look and see where they go down towards turn 1. Good start from Rory Atkinson. He comes across on Valdi Mikey to try and keep out everybody else, and Bevan Masters also doing the same, coming from the second row, trying to squeeze through there and get up to second like he did in the first start. And as they head down towards turn 2, looks like Valdi Mikey's might have outgunned him. Yes, Mikey's on the inside of Bevan Masters and forces Masters a long way around turn 2. Wayne Masters getting through there. Good start from Mitch Coetzee as well in Class B. He's trying to get through there on Mussolini, but looks like it is Leighton Free who's at the front of Class B, just ahead of Stuart Mack. Stuart Mack there pushing hard ahead of Robbie De Silva. A little bit of wide running there from Elna Cruiser. She comes back on track after a little bit of an off-track excursion from the start. Much better from Adrian De Beer this time as he goes into turn 1. It is Mussolini who leads out, but side by side coming through there with the Mohamed Karodio car. So Karodio and Mussolini for Class C honours coming out of turn 2. This is B's on the back straight. Class B's on the back straight with Bevan Williams tucked in the thick of it in that mid-pack. Just behind him, of course, looks like it was Leon Undal. But at the front end of Class A, Rory Atkinson dominating as he did in the first start. Smallberger not quite the good start he had in the first part, but he's not too far off the back end there of the Performance Masters car of Wayne Masters. He wants to get through on him. Much rivalry, but good friendship off the circuit between those two boys. Williams, Setinich going at it now with Cruiser tucking in the middle of it. And you got Leon Undal trying to make his way up from 13th on the grid, see if he can get up a little bit higher up. He's going to have a look here on Coetzee as they go down into turn 8. Just getting on the inside there, following Bevan Williams and getting through on Mitch Coetzee as they come side by side. Setinich just up the road there as well. Someone off track. Just a little bit of wide running there onto the dirty stuff. So it's Masters who leads things out at this point in time. And he's trying to close things down onto the back end now of course, the battle between the Masters and Minkies. But no one's got an answer to Rory Atkinson. Atkinson at this point in time is the man to beat. And it looks like this battle in mid-pack of Class B is also going to be one we're going to concentrate on. This is the silver on the inside, new colours on that car. Great job there from the Creative Ink boys to get those two T-Rex cars into new livery for the second part of the season. And the silver now trying to find a way through on Mac. Oh, sorry, it's Design Hut now. It's no longer Creative Ink. New sponsors on those cars. That's why we got the new livery. So apologies there. Design Hut in the house there for the T-Rex boys. And De Silva loving life at the moment, trying to get onto the back end of Mac. He's got a little bit of an issue on his tail. 125, Devin Piazza Musso applying the pressure onto him. Minkies, the meat and the sandwich between the two Masters boys. Devin needs out, Wayne at the back. CPS warehouse car now with the Minkies on his tail. Trying to find a way through. De Silva being hounded there by Piazza Musso. And not too far off the back end them, there's Needham. Needham slowly but surely closing in on them as Mac Concertinas does first 5 cars. It's allowing Leighton Farid to get away ever so slightly. So Farid hangs on to Class B's lead at this point for the Universal Motorsport team. Further back though, continued action here between, there you go, Bevan Williams. And it looks like Coetzee is now Ethan, not Mitch. But Leon Undal having his hands full of some younger drivers out there. So Undal coming up towards turn 4 now on the inside of Ethan Coetzee. Can he find a way through? No, he can't. Coetzee keeps him honest. This is him to go around the outside though. So Leon Undal knows exactly where to place that polo of his. 2, 3 and 4 into turn 8 once again to complete another lap. And 7 to go. Bit of a frantic start. It seems to have settled down ever so slightly now as they start to get into the rhythm of it. Second, third and fourth place on track for Class Bs. It's Mac from De Silva from Piazza Musso. He's looking at the pressure that's being applied now by Wayne Masters, looking for a way through. Sure, man, that's like a Fenton trailer on the back end of that Polo. Look at Masters, going to try and use the slipstream now as he goes up towards turn 4. He's late, but Valdi was later. Just gets it sideways into turn 4 and then squares it up nicely to get up the hill. Probably De Silva looking to do the same thing here onto Stuart Mack, but Mack's got just a slight advantage over them. See Leighton Free starting to close in onto the back end by the looks of things of a Roland Hopkins. Good battle there between those second, third and fourth cars in Class A, and a great one here, as we said, in Class A, but the Class B guys putting on just as good a one. Drive here from De Silva, putting Mack under pressure. Now heading down towards the bottom of the hill. This is Leighton Free, Class B leader for Universal Motorsports. And Express higher. Now on the brakes. Andre Needham has definitely closed that gap down. So Needham now with some issues to work out of his own to see if he can get up into that battle. It's just up the road from him. Class A leader, BHIT's Rory Atkinson. Masters, Mikey's Masters. Stelion Nusios all on his own, unfortunately, and Sam Dell also just further back there. Looking up yet again on Setinich, closing on the back end of that battle he's been involved in for a while. The Sabertech car now as well. There's some issues there for Derek Smallberg. He must have gone off the track somewhere. He's now in the thick of it there with the Class A competitors, trying to find his way back to the front. He'll be at the back end of Class A, which is a long, long way down from where he is right now. There's a lot of work there to do for D. Coming up on Oendal into turn 4. There's dives from a couple of drivers there. The Moinsa car of Chris Davidson. He stays just up the road there from Mitch Kutsia. Mitch Kutsia has actually dropped back a long way. Something must have happened there between those competitors that he was fighting with, Oendal being one of them and Ethan being the other. Ethan could see her now with a bit of pressure coming from Cruiser. Cruiser's got the pressure as well coming from 72 there of Karshan Naidu. Naidu all over the back and trying to find a way past, but can't just yet. Stuff here from these guys and girls. Two lady drivers in there as well. Charisse Vanamaba and of course Elna Cruiser. Harps coming through there just ahead of Gavin Ross. Gavin Ross putting the pressure onto the back end of Needham. That's been a battle that's raised over a couple of years in Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Needham versus Ross. Said that on numerous occasions. Nice drive there as well coming from that mid-pack battle. They really are putting on a great little show here. Who's on the inside of Kutsia? Can't quite make it stick. Karshan Naidu looking to maybe capitalize on that. Didn't quite get the drive that Elna wanted up the hill, and Karshan Naidu might have a go here into turn 4. Aussie drive car here of Leon Oendal, Kutsia, Cruiser and Naidu. Four-way fight between the 4 cars here in Class B. Just up the road from them you can see Bevan Williams. Oh, there you go, Karshan Naidu a little bit wide. Pushing a little bit over the envelope and onto the dirty stuff. Dunlops might take about 2 corners just to get cleaned up again after his off-track excursion. Shouldn't be too bad. Oh, and now a sideways action there. Oh, that was good stuff from Bevan Masters and Wayne Masters. Wayne Masters, in fact, to actually force his way through there on Mikey's. Didn't quite get the start of that, but we definitely got the end of it. And now we got Class C competitors for our Class A boys to make their way through. Atkinson going to try and slide through here unscathed if possible. But you can see maybe Bevan Masters wants to try and capitalize on that. Here we go. This is Martin De Beer about to be caught and passed. Wayne Masters into turn 2. Philip Cruiser about to be caught in pass as well now by Masters Part 2. That's Wayne. Masters Part 1 went through into Turn 2 and out of Turn 3. Wayne Masters gets through. A couple of cars to be negotiated now by Rory Atkinson. He knows he's got a little bit extra power up the hill, so he's not going to push too hard and risk anything. And he also realizes that, of course, those Class C and B competitors are in their own little fight, so he doesn't want to get involved in that. Late braking, trying to get through on Adrian de Beer. De Beer gives him a little bit of room to get through. Nice driving there from Adrian de Beer, but he's not going to give Masters the same opportunity. Might do into Kenwood. Oh, and Masters runs a little bit wide, forces de Beer wide ever so slightly, possibly onto the rumble strip. He's onto the rumble strip, and he's now having to go defensive. So this is the battle for Class A and the battle for Class C's two leading groups. De Beer hanging on. Walk around the outside, and on the inside, that is Reiner van Heerden. Reiner van Heerden just tucking on the inside there, trying to find a way through, and he does. Uses the traffic coming through to get the drop on Walker. So Ian Walker in the Cycles United car, unfortunately losing out there with the quicker cars coming through. And it's allowed Reiner van Heerden to get through, but here we go. It might be the reverse here from the policeman, or from the Cycles United car on the policeman, I should say, as he comes up the inside. There goes Mussolini here, of course, is our leader, the yellow car that just went through shot in Class C ahead of Mohamed Karodia. Mo Karodia just down the road there. Fast 5 Motorsport. About to be caught by Rory Atkinson and the pack of Class A competitors looking for 1, 2 and 3 in this class and first race of the day. Ross now with some problems on Needham's side of things. Unbelievable stuff here from these guys. Here comes the Class C leader down the hill towards turn number 8, back towards Leon Odendaal. He's got a fight on his hands there with Elna Cruiser. Caution Naidu's got through as well. Ross gets forced wide. The 74 car squeezing through there, slowly but surely, of Nick Setanich. Top 4 cross the line in Class A. They've got through, and it's now Mo Karodia who leads out. No, it's not. Beg your pardon, it's not. There you can see the yellow car just up the road there of Mussolini. So Mussolini still keeping the lead of Class C. Will he be slowed down by the Class A competitors coming through? Hayden Harp now under a bit of pressure as well into turn 5 past the AMG Driving Academy. Side by side action by a whole bunch of cars coming through there as well. What's up, Bruce Dance, who's just joined us as well by the sounds of things. How are you doing, buddy? The Wild Wild West there in the house here. So there is Atkinson, leader, and heading down towards the hill to complete another lap and possibly to complete the race. 1 or 2 laps to go here for these guys as they come down there. Unfortunately, the timing monitor is not giving me the option to see how many laps we've got, but here he comes to the checkered flag. It is checkered flag. Kind of thought it might be. Atkinson takes the win. And it's Bevan Masters ahead of Wayne Masters for 2 and 3 on track. But I think Wayne Masters might be having a little chat there to Baldy Monkeys after that forceful move up at turn 5. Pierluigi Mussolini's come through there for the win in Class C. We saw the yellow car just coming through. Here comes Leighton Fourie down to the final corner to take the win for Team Red Racing and the Universal Motorsport team as he comes through for Class B honours. Stuart Mack will probably hang on for second place. He was in a bit of a fight of note. But as they come to the line, it looks like, yes, Mack's going to hang on ahead of De Silva. And then it's Piazza Musso just beating out Needham to the line. We saw the Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger just getting in the mix there as well. But he, of course, is a Class A competitor in that Class B fight. Losing some ground a little bit there. There is your Class C winner, Pierluigi Mussolini, taking the win there for FSS Logistics. It's a nice little fight to the line as well here for Gavin Ross. Elio's up there as well, and then of course on their tail comes Chris Davison and Kutsia to complete their day's racing. Great job there from Rory Atkinson to take the first victory of the day. There's unofficial results. Class A and B, of course, Atkinson Masters ahead of Monkeys, Dale, Stelio Nocios and Roland Hopkins, with Derek Smallberger down there in 8th place. Then in Class B, it was Leighton Fourie ahead of Stuart Mack, Robbie De Silva, Devon Piazza Musso, Andre Needham, Charisse van der Merwe up there as well ahead of Bevan Williams. That's unofficial results there according to TJ Timing as it stands across the line. So that's Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. First heat of the day sorted out. It took 2 attempts to get it right, but we got it right eventually. Good action there from them as well. And of course, moving up next into the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch category, an 8-lapper. They'll be out on track in a few minutes' time to come and do their first bit of battle damage to the Zwartkops Arena circuit. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, then it's DOE Formula V's, Silver Cup, Thunder Sports and Saloons, and Car Care Clinics 111 and GT Sports and Saloons, making up all the day's racing today. We'll be back shortly with more action here from Zwartkops. Let's go down to Park for May and catch up with our drivers, with Claudio down in the Park for May area.
Shame, I don't know what happened to Darby, my competition. Oh, sorry, he didn't get off the line. Something happened on the warm-up lap. It was a good restart. Well done to Bevan. He had an excellent race, hunted me all the way, and yeah, just lovely and cold, and the cars are flying. Thank you.
It's just too far. Maybe if you come further out, like there. That's better there. That's better there. As soon as you close to it, then rather just getting things coming over there. So we're on the rear. Coming to Gary and well, just another welcome there to everybody who's joined us worldwide for our live stream here from Zwartkops. Anna-Marie Pienaar has just joined us as well, and so is Renee Venter. Renee Venter, the racing has started. We just completed the first heat of the day. If you just missed out on that one, it was the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Up next, we go into Super Hatch, the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch category, out for their first 8-lapper of the day. They'll be on grid shortly. We're just waiting to catch up with a couple of drivers down in the Park for May area. Just chatted to Rory Atkinson, Class A winner from the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. I'm just waiting for those cars to come in. You can see it's a big field of 36 cars. We started with 39. It was Davy Funamava who pulled off the grid right at the start of the first start of that first heat. And then we had 2 cars that had some battle scars and damage after their first one. And see, with the amount of cars that are coming into the Park for May area, it takes a while for them all to get in there. And I know that Claudio's down there to try and pick up on some of the post-race interviews with our drivers. Hopefully going to catch up with Mr. Leighton Fourie. And we might have enough time also to catch up with Mussolini after his first win in Class C. So just before going to the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch, we're going to shoot back down and see if we can pick up on those interviews with the other two drivers, or possibly just even with one of them. It may be with Leighton Free that I think we're hooking up with there. Class B winner from the Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. There he is, getting out the car. And let's go down to Claudio and see exactly how Leighton's first race went for the day.
Leighton, talk me through your Class B victory there. How was it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a sour one. I mean, the red flag was caused with me and Stian making contact. We'll look at the footage and everything and make a decision. But yeah, it's not something that I wanted. I mean, I think we could have had a nice dance between the two of us, but it's the way things ended, and we'll see how that goes.
Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars. They certainly do. They love cars and they love fixing cars as well. I can tell you that I've had the experience with Car Care Clinic. It's one of the best services I've ever had in terms of getting cars sorted out for my own personal use. And it was courtesy of Louis Skoltz as well. So thanks, Louis, for that incredible service that you gave me at the Alberton branch. But I believe that we've also got Grumpy Nathan out in Mel Spur's car today, as she wasn't able to make it up here. Still waiting for her second vaccination before she comes racing again. So we wish her all the very best. And of course, it's her birthday month this month as well. It's not quite the birthday yet. It's, I think, next weekend is her birthday. So we might be able to give her a big happy birthday officially from the South African Endurance Series when we head down to PE next weekend. But Mel, from our side, we're definitely missing you, baby girl. And we know that Voti's looking after you there and spoiling you throughout the month. And I'm glad that you enjoyed Ben Pinar's tribute. Thanks for the message. So coming to take up their positions now for race 1 is the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch. Class A led out by Pro Auto Rubbers Andre Danhauser, and Brett Garland will be alongside him in the Autobahn, Torch, Ingo, Falcon, you name it. There's about 5 million sponsors on the side of that car. It's probably the most sponsored driver in motorsport history ever is Brett Garland. Jonathan DeToy is behind him with the Trans-Africa Racing Honda Civic. And then it's Francois Henning in the Henny's Muraletta Park machine, ahead of Leonard Archer all the way from Velcom in the ACD Velcom car, and Wessel Smit in Angel Feeds machine. Only 3 competitors in Class B, Vanna Petersen, Ishmael Beloy, and Graham Nathan. There he is in the Car Care Clinic Polo of Malspur. Shane Forget heads up Pro Auto Rubbers attack at Super Hatch today for Class A and Class C, with Forget on the pole for Class C ahead of Almira Van Eck, Francis Aldrich, Badonana Mfana, and of course Henny Swanepoel. That is how we line things up. With 5 seconds to go, the lights are about to go on. It's a full start for everybody at the same time, and here we go down towards turn 1. Good start there, coming out of the little Opel Corsa. It's Danhauser who gets a drop over the 2 Hondas for the first time here in 2021 into turn 2. Andre Danhauser for Pro Auto Rubber leads out over Brett Garland, who's late on the brakes into turn 2, trying to close that gap down and get onto the back end of Danhauser. Jonathan DeToy really with some pressure coming from the man from ACD Velcom. And it looks like they're into the mix there as well. What a start there from Shane Forget. Forget getting the little Opel Superboss ahead of Graham Nathan. Nathan left on the line ever so slightly in Class B. He'll make his way back up to the front as he goes side by side with Forget in towards turn number 4. Great start coming out of Vanna Petersen though. He leads out Class B and he's already tucked ahead there of that Hyundai of the ACD Velcom machine of Leonard Archer. It's Autobahn Honda Civic in second, looking for a way through. No, not quite close enough. On his outside, though, watch out for Jonathan du Toit. Toy looking pretty good as they come into turn 7 down the hill through Kenwood, and of course now towards UNH Transport Corner. Great to have Wesley Skinner joining us as well from down under. Thanks, buddy. Good to have you here, buddy. We're heading to your hometown in the very near future as well. Be there in about 2 weeks' time for the National Extreme Festival. Oh, in the background, big problems. Big problems in the background. Looks like a little bit out of shape there, and a couple of cars getting into evasive action to avoid the spinning cars there. I think if I'm not mistaken, it was probably Vessel Smith who got out of shape there, possibly coming together with Leonard Archer. It was the 2 blue and white cars, that for sure, that definitely got out of shape, but just saw it in the background. And unfortunately, it looks like they lost out a little bit of ground there, those 2 cars. Yeah, definitely Leonard Archer. Watching it on my laptop, on my iPad, I should say, and you can see just a almost instant replay because of the delay. So I got to see exactly what went wrong. It was Archer. He came together, I think, with Vessel Smith. And now Graham Nathan looking for a way through on Fouget. Shane Fouget late on the brakes, locks them up ever so slightly as well. Look at this. Here's Peterson trying to find his way through. He's now got into the mix here properly with Almira Van Eck. And Almira Van Eck and Peterson going at it for Class C honours up to the top of the hill. Nice bit of manoeuvring here from Van Eck as he tries to get into the back end of that first polo. It's 3 polos in a row. Make it 4 polos in a row, actually, just behind that. With Aldrich in there too. As they head down towards turn 8, UNH Transport Corner. Problems here for Danhauser. Something went wrong with Danhauser as well. I wonder if he was the original issue into turn 8. Possibly spun out and caused everybody else to spin first, but I think he got through unscathed. He must have made a mistake somewhere else on track. And it's dropped him down behind Graham Nathan. And behind Leonard Archer, allowing the 2 Hondas to get away at the front end, pretty much as they always do here in Super Hatch. Very difficult cars to beat. So Pro Auto Rubber now in formation flying for Shane Fouget's Fouget Auto. Danhauser ahead of Fouget. Opel fans will be happy to see those 2 cars in full flight. Opel Corsa and the Opel Cadet. And then it's Polos, 1, 2, 3, 4 behind that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actually. As Infana's just ahead there. By the looks of things of Henny Swanepoel. Now up to the top of the hill we go again with Fouget for Class C honours. Pulling away from the rest of that pack, but slowly but surely being closed down by Almira Van Eck. He's got a little bit of a buffer between himself. Here comes Nathan onto the back end of Leonard Archer. Flying Mel Spur's car high for now. The flag high there for Car Care Clinic. I spoke about the one Car Care Clinic, of course, in Alberton, but they're opening them up all around the country, and I think there's about 5 or 6 of them down in the Cape now as well that Mal and Voto have got down there. Here we go, back to the front of Class A, and it's still the battle between 2 men who've been teammates at one point in time, who've shared a car at one point in time, and have been arch rivals in their 2 Hondas for about 5 or 6 seasons now, possibly even longer than that. Great fight between the 2 of them, as always expected in Class A of Super Hatch. Tono late on the brakes into turn 5. Going past the Mercedes-Benz and AMG Driving Academy. The man, of course, that we lost during lockdown, and a big shout out there to the AMG Driving Academy for Stan Weston. He's a big stalwart in motorsport. Used to head up Stanek Group N's efforts there on behalf of course, Standard Bank and Stanek at that stage. Another man that we lost the fight with COVID, and condolences there to Natalie and Clint and the whole family of AMG Driving Academy. But some great action that's been put out here by all the guys that we've lost, for all the guys I lost, I should say, in terms of a little bit of a tribute race here to some stalwarts in motorsport and the motor industry. Big fight expected between these 2, and that's exactly what we thought we'd see. It's a pity we lost Danhauser so early on. He was showing good pace, and of course putting on a pole position this morning. He's done something right with that car at Fouget's Auto. Oh, here we go. Up the hill. Here comes the Trans Africa Racing Honda Civic looking for a way through. Let's go back here. There it is. Diving into turn 5. Great pick up there from Claudio. And there you have it. Change up in the lead. Jonathan Dutoy dives through and makes it stick on Garland. Brett Garland now has to come back at Dutoy. So down the hill to cement it now. He's eventually cemented it through turn 6 and 7. Will hang on to it and start this lap at the lead of the race for the first time. 3 laps to go. Used to always put on a good show. They put on one of the best shows we saw at the last outing here before lockdown shut us down again. That night race that Homoinsa helped out with, definitely one of the most spectacular events of that weekend at the Passion for Speed Festival. Because Garland and Dutoy were in the thick of it. Oh, once again there's Henning spinning out. Oh man, Francois Henning's had a bit of a tough day. I actually mentioned earlier on it was Wessel Smit, but it was actually Francois Henning who came together, I think, there with Leonard Archer, the 2 blue and white cars. One is the ACD Velcom Hyundai, and the other one being Henny's Park Polo. He's now lost a bit of ground there, and he's got to try and find it up on Almera Van Eck. Class C and Class B. Vanna Peterson diving on the inside, looking for a way through now on Forget. So Class B now gets to the front and ahead of the leading Class C competitor. Forget had a phenomenal start and has hung on to that position for a while, but I think there was a bit of chopping and changing in that mid-pack that dropped Peterson back ever so slightly. On the left-hand side, you can see just how the standings are in terms of the classes. It's 1, 2, and 3, Dutoy, Garland, and Archer. Class B's, it's Nathan now ahead of Vanna Peterson. And down in 3rd place will be Ishmael Beloy. Class C, as you can see, Shane Forget still leading. He's controlling things from Almera Van Eck and Aldrich. Onto the back straightaway again for the 2 Hondas. No answer yet from Garland, although he is trying hard. Dive on the inside here from, that is Andre Danhauser on Graham Nathan. Making up some ground now in the Opel Corsa. And he's trying to close down onto the back end, looking still for a 3rd place there if he can catch Archer. But Leonard Archer is in 3rd place in the ACD Velcom Hyundai. And if that Pro Auto Rubber Corsa can catch and pass him in the next 1.5 laps, he might still be able to salvage a podium. Flicks it left and down the hill once again towards G&H Transport Corner. Let's see if he's able to get anything here onto the back end of that Hyundai. Nathan having an absolute blast in Mel's car. Certainly having a jaw, that is for sure. Doesn't have to worry too much about positions right now, but of course he's controlling things there at the front end of Class B. Or as I say that, he's sort of a bit sideways. How much do you want to throw that into turn 1? I've got Mel on the line sending me messages the whole time. She must have enjoyed that one as Nathan got a bit sideways and a bit rock and roll into turn 1. Didn't roll it, but he was definitely rocking, that's for sure. So Class A is all about Jonathan Dutoy since he hit the front and has not been bettered yet. He's probably only got a couple of corners to go before he gets to that checkered flag. Jonathan Dutoy looking for the first victory of the day for Car Care Clinic's Super Hatch category. And 2nd place is going to be Garland. I wonder if we're going to see a change up for 3rd. To the line, flag is out, and it's Dutoy taking the victory ahead of Garland. Now we wait to see, are we going to be able to see whether or not Leonard Archer has been caught and passed by Andre Danhauser. There's Danhauser closing in on Archer. Archer looking for a podium. He's going to get it. The ACD Velcom Hyundai is going to get the podium in Class A, beating out the Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa of Danhauser, with Nathan right behind him there for the win in Class B. Graham Nathan gets the win there for the Car Care Clinic car and Nathan's motorsport machine. 2nd place should be Vanna Peterson. There he comes. Vanna Peterson will get 2nd in Class B's. Beloy will still get 3rd in the Class B's. And there comes the battle for Class C. And it's won out by Forget. Shane Forget just beating Almera Van Eck to the line. And I think it might have been Aldrich coming through there for 3rd place. So good job there from all of our drivers in Super Hatch. to complete the first heat of the day here for Super Hatch. Claudio was doing some of the mixing there, so he's going to head down to Park Fermé. Try and get some interviews there for those drivers. Up next, of course, we're going into the big bangers today. It's the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. There is confirmation, unofficially, of the results. Jonathan Dutoy from Brett Garland, Leonard Archer, Andre Danhauser, and Francois Henning. And then Class B was Nathan from Petersa and Ishmael Valoy. Class C, Shane Forget, Almira Vanek, Aldrich ahead of Mfana, and Henny Swanepoel down in 14th place. Don't think Valoy and Swanepoel finished up those races, though, as you can see. And we're on the start line, so Mfana will actually get his first podium. Or just off the podium, he's 4th place. So a good start there from Mnonda Mfana in his first outing there for Super Hatch. Great drive there from all our Super Hatch drivers. As I said, up next we go to G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Car Care Clinic is a nationwide auto service and repair centre. Our fully trained and qualified technicians are standing by to care for your car. For personal attention and integrity, Car Care Clinic is first choice every time. Fast and efficient service is our personal guarantee.
Hi, I'm Louis Skulls from Car Care Clinic. We love cars so much we even race them. Franchise opportunities are available at Car Care Clinic.
Car Care Clinic. We love cars. So just before we get into the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, they're making their way out to the circuit as we speak. We got Super Hatch, the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch, making their way to Park Fermé. Going to try and catch up with some of the drivers down in the Park Fermé area. So we got Andre Danhauser down there in Park Fermé after 3rd place and off the pole position. Let's catch up with him.
No, we managed to stay ahead for the greater part of a lap when we got here into 8th. Backside started stepping out a bit. We couldn't get the setup quite right from the car. We didn't get enough, well, any laps in on the weekend. So yeah, that's how it goes. But those Hondas are quick, but yeah, we're going to take a fight to them once it's coming. Thanks. Thank you so much.
I certainly hope that is going to be the case. Fantastic stuff. But let's get into the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. So G&H Transport Extreme Supercars now having some fun and games out on the circuit for their first outing for the day. And about to make their way onto the circuit now for, of course, a 10-lapper for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Mikael Petamba will be on pole position for Pablo Clark in the Ferrari 458. He'll be alongside Ben Morgenroot as they make their way around behind the Pretoria Note Toyota 86, the official pace car here. And that has been a long-standing relationship with the Zwartkops circuit. Behind them will be Charles Arungis and Greg Parton, 2 Lamborghinis, one, of course, a Gallardo, one a Hurricane, 2 Super Trofeos behind that, the Lamborghinis of Gianni and Ricky Giannacaro. And then you've got Zolila Letlaka, EXO in the house in the McLaren, followed by Ant Blunden in the Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car. Marius Jackson, Action Jackson, in the Audi R8. He'll be out there for his team looking to fly the flag high for MJR Motorsport. And of course then it's Mark Totoy for Trans-Africa Racing. Ollie Delay as the lights are about to go out and we go racing. Mikael Petamba looking to try and outgun Ben Morgenroot into turn 1 and to 2. Good start there from the young Ferrari driver out of Pablo Clark, and of course now looking for an opportunity to dive onto the inside. He holds the inside line in the Ferrari 458. Going side by side is Ben Morgenroot and Arungis. Arungis trying to find a way through. Hasn't quite been able to do that on the outside though. Oh! Greg Parton coming together. That's 2 Lamborghinis into each other coming out of turn 3. Big moment there for the two of them. Greg Parton coming together with Gianni Giannacaro by the looks of things. Yes, it was Gianni. And Gianni Giannacaro now and Parton having to swap ends as they came out of turn 3. The Hurricane is stricken on the side of the circuit. And Giannacaro with a huge amount of battle scars on the back end of that Trofeo machine. The Paget Racing Lamborghini now all over Ben Morgenroot. Morgenroot all over the back end of Mikael Petamba. That's your top 3 as they go down towards G&H Transport corner. Safety car by the looks of things. We've got double yellow flags. Yeah, I think Charles Arungis only saw that at the last second and backed out, realizing that there's a possibility of a safety car. And double yellow flag safety car has been deployed. So look at this. There's the replay. Parton in the Dryzen Environmental Hurricane diving on the inside of Gianni Giannacaro, trying to shut him out. The two of them just tagging each other. And there is the stricken Dryzen Environmental car of Greg Parton. What a pity. What a loss to the front end of this race as well. 2 very, very serious competitors at the front end. And of course, remember, we're looking at 2 competitors that are also fighting for honours in GT3. Gianni Giannacaro and Greg Parton in the GT3 class. Let's have a look at the slow-mo replay. You can see Parton just came out of turn 3, a little bit too hot. Just tagged the back right of the BISC machine of Gianni Giannacaro, and then it was just bulls flying. Ricky Giannacaro very lucky to avoid the two of them that were spinning just ahead of him. But Ricky now is on the back end of the Paget racing car of Charles Arungis. EXO, then Ant Blunden, Marius Jackson. Looks like Mark Totoy was able to stay out of harm's way as well as he comes through in the Z4. And he's just ahead of Ollie Delay. Jimbo Giannacaro is there as well, also in new colours there, the BISC colours of Jimbo Giannacaro. He's in that brand new BMW M4. And then Jonathan Totoy at the back end in the Ferrari 430. I don't know if he's able to make it out onto track. I didn't actually quite see that Silver Dream racer of Jonathan Totoy. I don't think he's been able to make it out. He was basically jumping out of one car and into the other if that was the case. Because he's just taken the victory there in the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch. But it's Mikael Petamba, Ben Morgenroot and Charles Arungis that are at the front end of the field. And they were having a big fight towards turn 8. And there was a big look on the inside there from Charles Arungis, not realizing that the double yellows and safety car boards were out. And he just backed out of that and gave Ben Morgenroot the position back again. So we'll have another lap under safety car here. It's due to the fact that we've still got the stricken Hurricane from Dryzen Environmental's Greg Parton down on the exit point of turn 3. That's a super start to some action-packed racing we expected here today. We really had to have a restart of Positron Volkswagen Challenge. We've had a bit of an issue with a couple of cars as well in the Super Hatch class, and now here in Extreme Supercars. And it looks like we're going to have more fun and games throughout the day. That is the Inter-Africa Mining McLaren 650S GTS of EXO Zolila Letlaka, getting in a little bit of valuable seat time here for both him and Charles Arungis. I'll be piloting similar machines next weekend in PE for SA Endurance Series. Of course, we've also got the Extreme Festival coming up at the end of the month at the East London Grand Prix circuit for the national side of Extreme Festival too. So lots of race action coming away over the next 3 weeks here in SA, all on the live stream too. Michael Cox just joined us as well. The Cox Stars in the house. Nice to have you sideline there, buddy. I'm sure you'd love to be in one of these. Maybe you could be in a golf. No, just kidding. He's doing such a good job on the golf course at the moment is Michael Cock. Looking to try and get onto that Sunshine Tour. He's doing a great job of it. There is Jonathan DeToy just in the background. I was concerned that he hadn't got onto the circuit. Looks like Gianni's just dived into pit lane and had that bumper removed rapidly by the team at G&H Transport Racing. The back diffuser and bumper was all over the back of that car, and I think he just drove in, got them to tear it off, and they'll probably try and salvage that back onto the car for race 2. It definitely helps the car a bit. Those Super Trofeos using that diffuser for a bit of downforce, so he will be hindered slightly by the lack of downforce. Pace car's in. Mikel Patumba will now set the pace across the line, see if he can get the drop on Morgenroot and on Charles Arangis. Here we go. Lights out. Morgenroot trying to go alongside the young driver. It's a seasoned campaigner of Ben Morgenroot who leads out into turn 1. Ben Morgenroot getting the drop over Mikel Patumba as they head down towards turn 1 now and into turn 2. Arangis applying pressure around the outside of Mikel Patumba. The teenager now in that Ferrari looking for a way to try and keep out 2 very seasoned campaigners. Not going to be an easy day in the saddle for him, but he's certainly doing a fantastic job there for Pablo Clark Racing in the Ferrari. Morgenroot leads out. First time we've seen the Toyota Lexus at the front end there for the Morgenroot Mazda and Ford dealership in Randfontein. As he heads to the top of the hill now, he leads for the first time. I think this entire season we've seen Ben Morgenroot at the front end of the field of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. So it's good to have the elderly statesman leading the way. Charles Arangis, a multiple champion in his own right in supercars. And he's got a youngster, teenager on his tail, hounding him at this point in a 458 Ferrari. Just behind that, Ricky Giannacara, I beg your pardon, leading the second pack of cars as they come down the hill. He's got Exo on his tail, it's Solila Latlaka, then Ann Blunden in the Porsche. Behind that, starting to close things down, is Marius Jackson in the Audi. Come under braking now for turn 2. This is 4, 5, 6, 7 on track and pushing hard. Blunden looking to try and get through there on Exo. Solila doing a super job to fend off the attentions of the Porsche. And a similar thing here from Ricky Giannacara, running new G&H Transport and Itre Cugini colours on that Lamborghini Trofeo of his. Paget Racing Lambo late on the brakes. That Gallardo all over the Lexus looking for a way past. Super running here from Ben Morgenroot. This is the first time we've seen Morgenroot getting that Toyota Lexus to work like it should. And with a man with his experience and the amount of times he's spent around this track at Zwartkops, he certainly knows exactly where to place that car to keep Arangis out. Here's Charles Arangis giving him a bit of a run for his money though. Maybe waiting to pounce a bit later on. Here comes Gianni Giannacara and Jonathan DeToy. Look at the battle scars on the back end of that car. Certainly affecting his ability to get the car to proper pace and proper handling, with a lack of downforce and the diffuser off the back of the car as well for Gianni Giannacara. Morgenroot, Arangis and Patumba. Formation flying here. Lexus, Lamborghini and Ferrari. Change up there between Gianni and Jonathan DeToy. DeToy's got through. Trying to close down now on Action Jackson. The Mega Fiber Audi coming into turn 4. Trans-Africa Racing. New wheels on that car as well by the looks of things. Maybe a lucky left gold wheel there for Jonathan DeToy. Or maybe he had to go in for a quick change. Here's Arangis on the inside of Ben Morgenroot into turn 8. G&H Transport corner. That's the way you do it for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars to take the lead. Paget Racing and Stradale Motorsport now leads out. So it's Lamborghini Gallardo ahead of the Toyota Lexus, and here comes that 458 Ferrari of Patumba. Formation flying for a while there, but now looks like Arangis trying to get away from the rest of this pack of field. This is Jonathan DeToy around the outside of Marius Jackson. No answer there from the Mega Fiber machine. MJR Motorsport and Mega Fiber Audi. Oh, and look at that. Exo had a big look on the inside of Ricky Giannacaro. Here comes Gianni Giannacaro on the inside of Jackson. Jackson shuts the door. Exo on the inside. Gets through. Finds a way past on Ricky Giannacaro. McLaren versus Lamborghini Trofeo. That Super Trofeo machine of Ricky Giannacaro was in all white colors. It's actually the car on the poster in between all the heats. And now with new livery there for G&H Transport and Itre Cugini. Because the transport companies that the Giannacaros all head up. And Blunden now looking to try and capitalize possibly and get through on the Lamborghini Super Trofeo of Ricky Giannacaro. That's how things stand at this point in time. Onto the back straight. Exo now pulling away. Getting a little bit distance from Giannacaro and Blunden. All on his own sim is Jonathan DeToy. He's now pulled away ever so slightly there from the second of the Giannacaros. That's Gianni. As we're seeing Charles Arangis come down the hill one more time. Bit of pressure on Ben Morgenroot there coming from Mikael Patamba. 3 laps to go by the looks of things. Is that Chris now? 2 to go. 2 to go now for these guys. 2 to go. Confirmation on that one. Here's Blunden on the inside. Porsche versus the Super Trofeo Lamborghini. And the GT3 Cup car just gets through. Great placement there from Ant Blunden. Finding a way past and getting ahead now of Ricky Giannacaro. Ben Morgan just opening up the wick ever so slightly there to get away from Mikael Patamba. Patamba still onto his tail though, looking for a way through. Not going to make it easy here for Ben Morgan. Going to make it very difficult for the elderly statesman. Remember, Ben Morgenroot is fighting for A+ results and GD3 honours for Charles Arangis and Mikael Patamba. 3rd place at this point in time in the GD3s would be Ricky Giannacaro. Class A at this point would be Zolile Letlaka. Class B and Blunden. That's how it stands with a lap to go. 1 to go now. And here comes the pressure from the Ferrari. Mikael Patamba looking for a way through. Can he force a mistake out of one of the most seasoned campaigners and racing drivers in the country, Ben Morgenroot? Late braking from Morgenroot in that Toyota, that Lexus. Good drive here from him. Keeping out a 458 Ferrari and a very hungry teenager. Arangis has done it to perfection, timed it as well. Can Morgenroot keep out Mikael Patamba up the hill? 2 opportunities here for the Ferrari man. One will be up into turn 5. Is he close enough? He has a look. Is he good enough? No. Tucks in behind Ben Morgenroot and follows him through into turn 6. Last opportunity will be down into turn 8, G&H Transport corner. He's got to set himself up and see if he can get on the inside line for an outbraking maneuver for second. Arangis is going to hang on for the win. Patamba's not close enough. He's going to have to settle for 3rd place, but it'll be 2nd place, of course, in GD3s. Charles Arangis takes the win. Ben Morgenroot in 2nd and Patamba in 3rd. 1 and 3 will be 1 and 2 in GT3 class. And still coming across the line will be the rest of the pack. It'll be Zolile Letlaka taking Class A for the Daytona Group into Africa and Stradale Motorsport McLaren team. London comes through for the win in Class B. Easily done there for the Sajco car in the Porsche. Nice recovery and a bit of survival there for Gianni Giannacaro. Gianni Giannacaro comes through to take the checkered flag. Good run to the line for all of our G&H Transport Extreme Supercar drivers. Fantastic drive yet again there from the Liquimoli and Pablo Clark sponsored machine of Mikael Patamba. He was our pole man. Wasn't quite able to capitalize on that pole. We had him for a while and then unfortunately lost out to both Charles Arangis and Ben Morgenroot. There's unofficial results, of course, with Letlaka in 4th place in Class A's win, Class B's win going to 5th place, and Blunden. 3rd place in GD3s went to Ricky Giannacaro. Class C honours goes to Marius Jackson. And Uli Sonic coming through there to win out Class D ahead of Mark DeToy and Ollie DeLay. Jimbo Janakara will take third place in the Class C's there in the GNH Transport BMW M4. And that's how things finish up, with Gianni Janakara actually being classified down in 12th place after having to go into the pit lane to have the diffuser ripped off the back and get him back on track as quickly as possible. So that's why he was a lap down there on the finishing. Even though he was high up in the finishing order, he'll drop down to 4th place overall and 12th in terms of the entire field, with Gianni Janakara's little touch and contact right on lap 1 with Greg Parton in the Lamborghini Huracan. So from here we're going to move into, of course, some single-seater action. Up next we go to DOE Formula V's. We've got a little bit of a proceeding for them. We're going to do a minute's silence for, of course, the man who was honoured earlier on today. We do a lap of honour for them as well, and then our first heat of racing for Formula V's. So as you join us now, we go to a minute's silence in honor of Ben Pienaar for Formula V. See a couple of words there from Peter Dutoy from Zwartkops, and a minute's silence in honor of Ben Pienaar from Formula V. We did a little tribute to him at the start of the live stream today. So if you want to catch that, you can just rewind and check it out as we did a little honorary membership, lifetime membership to Formula V that was handed out by Theo Vermaak and the association. The only way, of course, that we can really dedicate a good race day to men that have fallen by the wayside. And not only is it, of course, Ben Pienaar, but Tony Taylor and Wally Pappas, a whole bunch of South African motorsport stalwarts that we've lost during this time, is to put on a great race. And you don't get much better than what we got right now with Formula V. Before we go to that, though, we're going to go down to Park Fermé and catch up with Gianni Giannacaro to find out exactly what went wrong between the two Lambos.
Yeah, to say the least. First of all, I just I hope Greg's okay. Yeah, there was a bit of a nasty one. So the lights went out and I saw them queuing up into turn 2. So I decided to go around on the outside. So I got in front of Greg and I felt him bump me the first time. And then, I thought he backed out of it, to be honest. Then we went into turn 3 and yeah, he clipped me on my wheel, spun us around, and the rest is history. Racing incident. I really hope Greg's all right, because he kind of hit that wall a little hard. But I don't think it was much. There was not much I could do in this scenario. If you look at my car, the damage is on the right-hand side back wheel. So. Yeah, I don't want to point fingers or blame anyone. It's a racing incident, it happens, and look, let's hope we can get the car sorted for the second heat. No, I struggled with a little bit of oversteer after the shunt, so yeah, I'm going to get my mechanics, Leroy and Segan, are going to run through the car quickly, see if we bent anything, and take it from there. Hope race 2 is better for us. All the best, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Gigi. There we have a look at this. Greg Parton just coming a little bit too hot out of turn 2 into turn 3. Just clipping the back right of Gianni Giannacaro's car. And the two of them spinning into the wall. Fortunately, Giannacaro didn't actually hit the wall. Greg Parton did. So let's catch up now with the OE Formula V. Amazing to see that when they want to, we can get 24 Formula Vs onto the circuit. That's also part of the tribute that's been done today for the late great Ben Pienaar. 21 years of racing in this category, and a stalwart in this class as well. And this is the longest standing single-seater championship, of course, here in South Africa. So great to see them all getting together to come here to reopen up all of the race proceedings for what has been a long period of lockdown and no racing. Eight former champions about to go to battle here as well. Among them, I would say there's probably about 20 odd South African championships in Formula V as well on the grid too, which is great to see. And as I said, 24 of these cars about to go to battle. Hopefully all 24 will be on track. It's nice to see an opportunity for Denver and Albertine Pienaar to get a chance to drive in honor of Ben. Denver will be in Ben's car, the number 99, and Albertine Pienaar will be in number 10. And they'll be the first two cars on track as they do a lap of honor for Ben Pienaar as well. Theo Vermaak, just behind them, he's the man who put a lot of proceedings together to get that lifetime membership expedited to a bit earlier on in the season. They were going to hand it to him at the end of the season anyway, and unfortunately losing his battle to COVID there, they were able to speed that process up ever so slightly. A nice big field coming through here, and Denver and Albertine Pienaar will lead them through for a lap of honour before we go into the race proceedings proper. It's good to see the reigning champion back on track as well, after a bit of an off as well and a long time out there for the Liqui Moly car of Lucian Ramchanda. He'll be looking to run with Yandro Leroux, his teammate, and Andre Leroux a bit further back there as well. Yusuf Kotza also running in Liqui Moly colours as well for the Top Products car. Nice to see the marshals joining in as well, and doing a little tribute there to Ben Pienaar with the flags waving. As I said, a long time season campaigner in Formula V's, but also a big supporter of the Zwartkops circuit for a long time as well was Ben Pienaar. Nice shot there to see everything from Zwartkops' top of the hill. If you look straight in front of you in the middle of the shot there, you've got a white tent, and that's also an initiative from Zwartkops that has given people that are looking to get their vaccinations done a chance to come to Zwartkops to get them done. It's almost, in fact it is a drive-through option that you can have your vaccine done there, courtesy of Zwartkops. There it is, going to get zoomed in as they go through Kenwood Corner. And if you do want to get your vaccine done, you can come and join that queue, drive through the tent, and then drive out the other side having your vaccination sorted, ready to go. So the big field of Formula V's now having completed their lap of honour, we'll start to get those race faces ready to go. Lucian Ramchanda having an opportunity to have a bit of a break in proceedings. Will be fired up, I'm sure, to try and get to the front end of the field as quickly as possible. See if we can get some points back on Gert van den Berg, Jaco Schricks. One man definitely missing from this field, the Bull security car there. And I'm just trying to pick him up. There he is. No, he's there. New colours on that car, remember. Lendl Janssen will be there in the mix, and of course looking to try and secure some more championship points. We've got Henk and Gert van den Berg out there too. Yeah, this one I think is going to be more of the warm-up lap as opposed to the tribute lap that they just did. Guys will be starting to get some heat into that rubber. Getting these cars ready to go now for their first heat of action for our single-seater categories here today. Yanni Geis will be looking for a good battle as always. Watch out for Sean van der Linde in the middle there as well. Can't miss him too much. In the Eddie Irvine-esque colours, and I believe nickname on that car now has been given Tinkerbell. Did say I'd mention that just for him. City Golf motors in these cars, of course, originally ran the Beetle motors, but then of course changed up as they become a little bit more difficult to sort out, but definitely the longest standing single-seater championship in the country. Blaine de Mailon in there, the 29 car. Jaco Schricks starting to get a little bit of heat into the rubber, heat into the brakes as well as they come down now to set themselves up and form up for race 1 of DOE Formula V. Billy Adlam's in the house as well. Good day, Billy. How you doing? Hope you're enjoying all the action so far, sir. Thanks for the support. Vaughan Hills just wiping the visor as they come to take up their positions. Sean van der Linde with a new helmet on there. Valentino Rossi replica by the looks of things. Look at that. Get some heat into that rubber. Get some heat into the brakes. Bring them to the line for race 1 of DOE Formula V. It's Gert van der Berg on the front row. Alongside him is Lendl Janssen in the Bull Security car. Some new colours on that machine again. Jaco Schricks in the Cube Coatings machine with MD Bester behind them. Then you've got Lucian Ramchanda, the reigning champion, ahead of Sean van der Linde, Vaughan Hills and Henk van den Berg. And it's Marcel Bluchnoot and Sim Krobler who make up the top 10. Theo Vermaak, Jandre Leroux, Carl Watt and Yanni Geese, Roy Douglas and Joseph Kotze. Then it's David Austin, Peter Hills, Blaine de Melon and Clinton Kane, Andre Leroux, Denver Pienaar, Brandon Hills and Albertine Pienaar. 24 cars about to go into battle. Windy conditions about 13 degrees Celsius. The lights are about to go on and off after that 30-second board. Changes to 5. It's arguably the fastest 30 seconds you'll ever have in your life. Lights on. Ooh, a little move there. Little move, I think, possibly coming out of Henk van den Berg. Henk van den Berg maybe just getting caught out there on the line as they head down towards turn 1. No, it might have been Marcel Bluchnoot, actually. Marcel Bluchnoot, I think, was the man who just moved on the line there. Could possibly be caught out for a bit of a jump start, but it is Gert van den Berg who leads out. Looks like a little bit of issues there for Lendl Janssen. He drops back down into 3rd place. Into the clutches there of MD Bester as the rest of the field come flying through. Mangaza boys going at it with Liqui Moly. Around the outside, the 27 car of Jandre Leroux. But it is Van den Berg who leads out over Schricks. Schricks over Janssen. Janssen, MD Bester, Sean van der Linde. And looks like Vaughan Hills tucked in behind them. As the field comes streaming through there. Great start as well from the 75 car of Carl Watt. Remember at the Passion for Speed Festival, that was the car that went absolutely hauling off the side of the circuit and got airborne out of turn 1. Speaking of airborne, well, didn't get airborne, but he's definitely off the track. That is Roy Douglas. And it looks like he might have bottomed it into the kitty litter there. Very good possibility that Victoria Noord Toyota is going to be called into action once again, as he is now stuck, buried into the back wheels, into the kitty litter there at turn 4. The rest of the pack come through to complete lap number 1 here. And definitely going to be a little bit of a fight on here between these guys for the next 10 laps. Possibly a couple under safety car, but we'll keep an eye on that, whether or not the safety car board gets deployed. It has been. Just saw the SC there out of turn 2. So it means that Gert van den Berg will take up the what would be assumed the safety car until we actually pick up the Pretoria Noord Toyota. But double yellows and safety car board definitely on the side of the circuit. Everybody's slowing up. Hands up for the drivers just to warn the guys behind. Gert van den Berg actually might be able to assume a virtual safety car, because I don't know if the Pretoria Noord Toyota got out yet. And the reason for it is we've got a car stricken in turn 4. Nose cone off one of the cars in the background. There could possibly be Peter Hills. They're just trying to get that car out of the kitty litter. I don't know if 2 marshals are strong enough to lift the back of a Formula V out of the kitty. There you go. Back wheel's just spinning and he's going nowhere. Definitely going to require a bit of assistance from just hear Dave in the background. When you need a spade, there's no one around. If you just call a spade a spade. Yeah, I think just get the Landy over there and just pull him out. See recovery 2 making its way down towards turn 4. I don't think there's any damage to the car. If they hook him up, they'll probably be able to pull him out and get him back on track, but he'll be 2 laps down now. The guys just trying to keep heat in the rubber. Stay maybe a little bit off the back end of the cars that they're fighting with until we get back under starters' orders. Van den Berg and Schricks assuming a virtual safety car roll there. We haven't actually deployed the safety car onto track, I don't think. Van den Berg will just hang on to that one until we are ready to go. Here we go. That's all we needed. A little bit of assistance from the best 4x4 by far. Pulling him out of harm's way and out of the kiddie litter. And if that car is still running, Pretoria No Toyota has actually been deployed. Didn't see it go out onto the track, but there he is. Van der Berg behind the 86. Trix, Janssen, MD Bester, Sean van der Linde, and Lucian Ramchanda. Vaughan Hills with a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of his car. That'll be a bit of a concern. Lights are out on the safety car, so he'll be moving into the pit lane. And we will be resuming the race now. There it goes, back in the pit lane. Official pace car and safety car here for Zwartkops International Raceway, the arena of motorsport, and it's Gert van der Berg who's going to try and catch them all napping on the line. Jocko Trix is going with him. Lionel Janssen with MD Bester right on his tail. Bester looking for a way through. They restart DOE Formula V Race 1. And here comes Ramchanda applying the pressure on van der Linde. Sean van der Linde under a bit of pressure there from the number 1 car, and looks like may see the Liqui Moly car. No, wasn't close enough. Had a big look. He did force van der Linde wide ever so slightly, but Ramchanda now trying to make up some ground. A little bit of smoke still coming out of Vaughan Hills. Maybe something to watch out for there. Some Krobler just behind them. As they come into turn 4, Ramchanda on the inside of van der Linde dives through. Relatively easily done there from Ramchanda over van der Linde, but he'll keep the fight going all the way up the hill. Still some smoke coming out of Vaughan Hills. Here comes a move from Jacco Trix onto the back end of Gert van der Berg. Van der Berg hanging on to the lead for now, but only just. Vaughan Hills. Just behind that, you can see the white smoke every single time he comes off. As they head down the hill again, he's losing a little bit of ground now. The first 4 cars pulling away from 5, 6, 7 and 8. Some Krobler closing down on Vaughan Hills, looking to possibly change things up there for him too. Another lap completed. Remember, the 2 laps under safety car will count. Henk van den Berg going through there as well in the 30 car. I thought we might have got the jump spot. I think it might have actually been Marcel Bluchnout who was on the outside line. We've got caught out there. Oh, a little wide running there from Genre. Genre Leroux losing out ever so slightly. Come through turn 4, another lap, another half of the lap completed. Nose cone off the front end of one of the black and orange cars a bit further back there. Not sure which one it is, that's why I'm just trying to pick up on it. It's not MD and it's not Vaughan Hills, it's possibly Peter Hills who's lost his nose cone. If you can't see some Krobler, we understand why. It's pretty self-explanatory. Must keep a low profile here in this race with those camouflage colours. And further back, there you go. Coming down the hill there is some Krobler. Behind him, Henk van den Berg, and I think it is Peter Hills. It's Peter Hills who's lost that nose cone. Here he comes. MD Bester losing a little bit of ground now to Lendl Janssen. Ramchanda. And there comes so across the line there, you can see just how hard they are having to work. It's actually Brandon Hills. It's Brandon Hills who's made his way through the field with a broken nose cone now. He started right back in the field in second last place to do a bit of work to come through some of the slower competitors, and possibly lost his nose cone on the back end of one of them. And possibly when we saw Roy Douglas go off, maybe an evasive maneuver saw Brandon Hills lose that nose cone. MD Best has dropped back into 4th place all on his own now. Here's the 5th place battle. Van der Linde, Hills, some Krobler. Brandon Hills coming through rapidly. Trying to get through. He's got through on Henk van der Berg. He's now going to try and find a way through there on some Krobler. Gert van den Berg now hanging on for the lead, looking for another victory here. This will be third back-to-back for him if he gets this one. He got 2 at the Passion for Speed Festival and now looking for another one to go 3 in a row. Vaughan Hills diving through and gets through on Ramchanda. Ramchanda going to make him work a little bit harder though as he goes around the outside. Sean van der Linde trying to get back there as well. We return the favour. Vaughan Hills still with that smoking gun, but able to get it up the inside and through on Ramchanda. They're still side by side into turn 5. Oh, a little bit on the dirt there. And Ramchanda runs wide. Opens up the door for van der Linde. Van der Linde diving through. Look at that Sim Krubler right there as well. And here comes Brandon Hills. So the Hills have eyes. Well, they've got 3 cars between them, that's for sure. Vaughan Hills, 3 cars, and then Brandon Hills with no nose cone. It's Ramchanda, van der Linde, and Krobler in between the 2 Hills boys. Let's run here from the 2 rugged SA boys. And a bit of a chopping and changing a bit further back there as well. Look at this, Sim Krobler on the inside of Hills. Multiple SA champion in his own right in this category. Hasn't raced for a long time though. It is great to have him back in a car. All part and parcel of the tribute here for Ben Pino, I remember, this weekend. So Ramchanda now looking for a way through on Vaughan Hills. Brandon Hills has got back ahead now and looks to try and close down on Vaughan up the road. And seems to be losing grip there ever so slightly to that front 2. These 2 that we're talking about. They're not the front 2, of course. They're fighting on their own little battle, but they're the front 2 of this battle that we're concentrating on. Top 3 have actually got away. You know, relatively comfortable at the front end there with Gert van den Berg, Jaco Schricks and Lendl Janssen leading things out over MD Bester. This is for 5th place. And right now it's 1 versus triple 1 versus 1 versus double 1 versus double 3. The 33 car of Brandon Hills closing in on the back end of Vaughan Hills. As I said, Vaughan Hills with that smoke on the back of the car could possibly be a bit of an issue. 2 laps to go. Onto the brakes. Very late braking coming under Brandon Hills to close in on Vaughan and on Ramchanda. Look at the way things are going on my timing monitor. I want to get confirmation on Paul's one there as well. It looks like we might have lost Lendl Janssen somewhere. Unless he's not picking up on the timing. But it's currently Lucian Ramchanda who's up into 4th place and MD Bester who's into 3rd on the timing monitor. Double yellows into turn 5. Something must have happened here at turn 5. Something's gone wrong. There's a car that spun out in turn 5, that's why. Up towards turn 5 we've got a car that spun right in the turn-in point there of turn 5. Up to the top of the hill they go. As he got going again, we'll wait and see if that car has been able to get out of harm's way or not. Down towards the final corner for the second last time. Sim Krobler, Henk van den Berg on his tail. Looking for a way through there on the multiple SA champion in both 2 wheels and 4. Remember, he's a Formula V champion and a SA motocross champion at one point in his career too, Sim Krobler. Gert van den Berg and Jaco Schricks 1 and 2. And should stay the same, barring any incidents heading up to the little bit of traffic ahead of them. They might catch the traffic down towards turn 8. Actually might be closing in there on Denver Pino and Clinton Kane. On the top 2 into turn 6, Kenwood corner. Gert van den Berg will go defensive to try and keep out any intentions there to get up to the lead from Jaco Schricks' point of view. It's Denver Pino and Clinton Kane they're closing in on. But I don't think they're going to be worried about them as they come to the line. Checkered flag is out and it's Gert van den Berg who takes the win. Van den Berg wins out. And beats out Jaco Schricks only just to the line. Great battle between the 2 of them. Here's a move from Brandon Hills on Vaughan Hill right into the final corner. Brandon Hill's going to move up to 4th place. Lucian Ramchanda possibly into... No, he'll be 4th. Lucian Ramchanda will be 4th just behind MD Bester who finishes up in 3rd place. What a dice to the line though. Ramchanda, Brandon Hills, Vaughan Hills and Sean van der Linde all within half a second of each other there for 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8th place. Brilliant race, as always. What a great tribute there to Ben Pienaar for the first part of the day's proceedings. Incredible stuff coming out of our DOE Formula V competitors, and that's exactly the kind of action we wanted to see today. So there's the unofficial results there. Gert van der Berg, Jaco Schricks and MD Best ahead of Lushan Ramchanda. Brandon Hills coming from the back of the field. I got a little chirp there from Ian Pepper saying that Brandon has lost so much weight because of COVID. He was underweight and had to start from the back. I'm not quite sure if that's true or not, but if it is, it was a good one. Up to 5th place from a back of a field of 24 cars is a great drive from Brandon Hills with no nose cone to beat Vaughan Hills to the line ahead of Sean van der Linde, Sim Krobler and Henk van den Berg to top 10. Peter Hills just outside the top 10. Theo Vermaak in 11th. Jean-Dro Leroux there in 12th place, beating out Albertine Pienaar. Good drive there from him. And Carl Watt and Yusuf Kotze, your top 15 for DOE Formula V. We'll be back shortly with some more action now from Zwartkops. And of course, up next we go to our Silver Cup category. So that's our first race of DOE Formula V's in the bag. What a great one, though. Super action as per usual from DOE Formula V. We're going to try to go down into Park Vermeer and catch up with Gert van den Berg and Jaco Schricks.
To finish first, you must first finish. That was a good race, man.
Yeah, it seems like it's becoming a trend this season. So unfortunately, I saw Lendl falling out. So yeah, good for us for the championship, but not the way we wanted. So hopefully the next race I'm starting third and Jaco first and Lendl second. So yeah, hopefully that'll be a good race to see. But yeah, good result for us. Thanks, man. No, that's pretty cup, man.
So Claudio's down now with Jaco Schricks, second place in DOE Formula V.
Alex, doesn't look like you've been out of the car for almost a year.
Man, I came here with sort of what I thought was reasonable expectations, and yeah, I had great fun. I came here for Ben, and I thought, you know, I'm not in the championship, I'm going to have a blast for him, and I think I did that. You know, I had great fun, and yeah, kind of want to come back.
This is your expectation.
Yeah, need a bit of practice. I made some silly mistakes, you know, I catch up to Gert, and then I made some silly mistakes, you know, but with no pressure, you know, it doesn't really matter, it's fun. I am, yes, a bit nervous. I haven't led a race for quite some time, but we'll see how it goes. Thank you very much.
It's been a long time since we've seen Silver Cup racing at Zwartkops, but it's great to see a big field of Silver Cup competitors getting together. It's basically space frames and saloon cars all mixed up in what has traditionally been Silver Cup for a long, long time. Normally running at Zwartkops and, of course, Midval, but great to have this big field out here. Evert Seifert Jr. is on pole position. He's in an RX-8 space frame. Leonard Archer will be alongside him in his ACD Volkswagen Hyundai i20. 46 car there of Theo Brousseau. A lot of these space frames not only run on the circuit in Silver Cup, but also run in some of the oval track racing events as well. Dirk Lawrence in the JDM tuning Honda Ballard is there in third place. Alongside him will be Ishmael Peck in an Opel Tigra, or should be there. I don't see him at the moment. Maybe he's still making his way around to take up his position. Marius Jackson will be in his Nissan Tigra. We got Dierwold Brummer in the Mad Racing and Fuchs Lubricants Volkswagen Polo. Actually saw a shot of that lime green car getting some heat into the rubber as it came down towards turn 8 a couple of minutes ago. Cyril Jacobs in a Volkswagen Corrado. Dwayne Brown on a Volkswagen Polo. Friedrich Blicknote in a Mazda 323. It's also one of the quickest Mazda 323s you've ever seen in the world, that's for sure. We are now under starters orders for Silver Cup. How's that for an array of cars lined up there? Saloon cars, Mazda rotaries, turbocharged cars, you name it. They're all ready to go now for race 1 of Silver Cup. And here we go. Oh, what a start from the JDM tuning Honda. Off the line, Dirk Lawrence disappearing. And I think there was a little bit of a problem there for Leonard Archer off the line. He couldn't quite get the Hyundai to hook up. And as they head down towards turn 1, it's Dirk Lawrence who leads out comfortably as he disappears at the front end ahead of the Lotus. And as they went in there for the very first time, that's how things have changed up dramatically at the front end of this field. As they come out of turn 2 now, a bit of chopping and changing. That is the Mazda 323 trying to find a way through. The 17 car of Andries de Pria trying to find a way through as well. Now start from the space frame boys. Then you've got a whole array of Golf 1s and Hondas in the mix. And a couple of Hondas up there with an Audi A3, of course, of Jean Otto. He's going to be in the mix there too. It's the sort of gunmetal grey machine coming into shot right now. Alfa Romeo right on his tail. And the Giulietta of Tony Sharp looking for a way through. 63 coming up, that is Ishmael Peck. Now Peck was supposed to be in an Opel Tigra space frame. Looks like he's changed up his allegiance to his Lotus. And he's now fighting hard there with Harper as Harper comes in. Draper, I should say, not Harper. Rian Draper diving on the inside of Peck and getting through up into second place behind the JDM tuning and Ezoic panel beaters Honda Ballard. Then you've got Brummer, Dierwold Brummer in the Mad Racing machine. Mom and Dad Racing, that's what it stands for. Oh, and in the background, JDM tuning, spinning Honda. Left, right, center. Somebody go on the outside. Somebody had to go on the outside. There was nowhere to go. But that JDM tuning machine, unfortunately, getting some problems. It looks like Stuart Bird didn't quite get it right. Not like his teammate up the road is doing. He's hanging on to the lead for now, only just as Draper comes alongside him. Rian Draper looking for a way through there on the Honda. Can he find a way? The space frame will probably have the power to weight advantage. Slightly lighter frame, and of course power to weight ratio on that car of the Lotus also very good. As we see Peck diving through there and moving into second. Let's have a look at the replay here in the background. Yeah, Bird just got it out of shape. Try to catch it. He does, but then everybody had to take evasive action, including the RX-8. And you can see a couple of guys that just avoided trouble there. Very lucky to not get tagged by anybody. Etienne Swart, the last man to come through there. Bright orange Golf 2. So it is all about Dirk Lawrence currently controlling things from the front. 96 coming into the mix as well as Cyril Jacobs. Cyril Jacobs not too far on the back end of Draper. And then it's Dioval Brummer in the Golf. I should say the Polo. Sorry, he was in a Golf originally. He's out in a Polo. Golf 1 in the house there, the 113 machine. And then you've got a hard charging 186 Fiat Blicknote in the Mazda 323. ACD Velcom, Leonard Archer with a bit of problems with the line. It's cost him dearly though. Dwayne Brown fighting hard to come through as well. Change up for the lead. Peck hits the front for the first time, gets through on Lawrence into turn 4. Ishmael Peck now going to try and get that Lotus away. And a change up for third as well as Cyril Jacobs dives through, gets ahead of Draper. So it's Draper and Jacobs. Draper and Jacobs fighting hard for third place. And then you've got Brummer on his own. And then they start to line up. Space Frames leading things out there. That's Marius Jacobs. As they come through for turn 5. 3-2-3 in Golf 1. Oh, return of the favour come from Dirk Lawrence as they dive into turn number 8, GNH Transport Corner. Cyril Jacobs going to try and catch the two of them napping. This little in-house fight between 1 and 2. What a big dive on the inside from Jacobs. Cyril had a big look there in the Volkswagen Corrado. Didn't quite make it stick, but he's definitely putting the pressure onto the top 2. Peck versus, a sliding Dirk Lawrence. He caught it. Only just, but it'll compromise his drive coming out of turn 2. Jacobs should have the drive into turn 3 and get up to second. He does. A little bit of sliding from the Honda Velar as it came out there. The JDM tuning and Azoic panel beat his car. Half Dirk Lawrence just out of shape, and he caught it fortunately. Cyril Jacobs looking for a way through now, and he runs high and wide out of turn 4. Trying to close down on Ishmael Peck. Jacobs on Peck now. JDM tuning's Dirk Lawrence trying to close down on the top 2. As he's already lost a little bit of ground there with that little mistake out of turn 2. Marius Jacobs now with some problems of his own in the form of the mad racing car of Dioval Brummer. Let's have a look and see another replay here of the pass. There you can see getting out of shape there. Yeah, Dirk Lawrence just got a little bit squirrely. Opened up the door and Jacobs said, "Thank you very much, I'll have that." There is your pole man, Leonard Archer. Unfortunately had some problems from off the line and didn't quite work out the way he wanted it to. He's very lucky to keep that all together. Then Dupria, right behind him there, pushing hard. Got lots of support on the sideline here for Paul Verios. Sheldon Luck, hoping for some luck of his own to be passed on to his good friend there, Paul Verios. Verios down a little bit further back at this stage in the Volkswagen Golf GTI. Still in with a chance of the win in Class X, remember. Class B is Brummer. He leads out overall in Class B as well. B plus up the road will be Rian Draper. Here's a bit further back here. Otto in the Audi. Taking on that Alfa Romeo. And looks like Tony Sharp's got his own work cut up him. Draper's got some problems. Draper slowing slightly, allowing Marius Jacobs to come up alongside and possibly get through on him. Not quite sure what went wrong there, but Draper's dropped back dramatically compared to where he was earlier on. So Jacobs now moves up ever so slightly. 1 or 2 positions more up the road. There is your leader. Or is it? I think Peck might have gone through. I think Ishmael Peck's still hanging on at this point. So Cyril Jacobs still fighting hard there with Ishmael Peck for the top 2. And there's a bit of a gap now that's opened up to Dirk Lawrence. There he is in third place. And then behind them, a pack of cars that's starting to get into a bit of their own little fights. 46 out there. It's Theo Brousseau under attack there from CF3. Nice move there from the 323. Blicknote moving his way through there rapidly in that little Mazda. Jacobs and Peck starting to close onto the back end of the field now. Coming up there, I think, on the Golf Mark II of Etienne Swart. Swart going to be under a bit of pressure now as the top 2 come up on the inside of turn number 1. So, initial leader, Dirk Lawrence, who's in third. Marius Jacobs, Rian Draper. And it's Brummer, and another bit of a charge coming on here from Leonard Archer in the I-20. Good move there from Leonard Archer. Jacobs comes out. He's got a Nismo-powered Opel Tigra. There's a dive on the inside, possibly. Draper under attack in the background as we see Jacobs going through there. On Swat. So Jacobs dives on the inside there of Neo van der Walt. Golf 1 there of his. So Volkswagen Corrado there in second place. With Ishmael Peck controlling things from the front though in the Lotus. Overtaking there from leaders on back markers. Third place getting through on, I think, third last there if I'm not mistaken. And now Marius Jacobs getting through as well. Finds a way past relatively easily on Van der Walt. Silver Cup here. It's nice to see a different kind of car out there. Mark II Jetta being piloted by Karel Malherbe. The 113 going through there is Wayne Pereira. And you've got 46 right on his tail. That's Theo Brissot. And Freek Blicknut coming along for the ride. Starting to close down there on the 4-6. That's a quick little Mazda 323. Definitely a firm favourite as a first car for people from the 60s, 70s and 80s, I should say. And making it work relatively well here. Into the line now with 2 to go for our leader, Ishmael Peck. He's now opened up a big margin over Cyril Jacobs, who's just slowed slightly, controlling things for second place there. He's got second place in A+. Here comes Marius Jacobs though. He wants through on Dirk Lawrence to make it A+, 1, 2 and 3 on track. He's going to have a look down into turn 2. He's going to force Lawrence wide on the high line. He's already been out there once today, and he this time does a lot better than the last time he was on the high side. So we've got A+, that Lotus 7, versus the Volkswagen Corrado in shot now. And then it's Class A in third, with A+'s third place car and fourth on the road, looking to dive through there on Dirk Lawrence. Lawrence not making it easy there for Marius Jacobs to get through. Jacobs trying to close things down into turn 4 and 5. Not able to make it stick there in the Nismo-powered Opel Tigra. So Peck about to start his final lap. A bit more traffic to be negotiated here. A couple of Honda Velardes in the mix there as well. And some Honda Civics. Daniel Lubez out there as well as Kevin Painter. Good to see Kevin Painter back behind the wheel of a car as well. It's been a bit of a long time since we've seen him behind the wheel of a race car. He used to be the chairman of the Silver Cup category, if I'm not mistaken. So it's Peck onto the back straight now for the final time. Got a big margin over the Volkswagen Corrado of Cyril Jacobs and Dirk Lawrence in third, with big pressure coming from Marius Jacobs. No worries at all here for Ishmael Peck. He heads down the hill to complete the race and take the first victory as well by the looks of it, and Class A+ honours as well. Big margin in the end there over Cyril Jacobs. You can see him just coming down the hill as he pitched it into GNH Transport corner to take the checkered flag. Jacobs will come through for second. And Marius Jacobs comes through for third. By the looks of things, just pipping Dirk Lawrence to the line. So it's Jacobs, and then Lawrence. A+, 1, 2, 3. Class A in fourth place. Jovo Brummer will be in fifth in the Volkswagen Polo and take Class B honours ahead of Rion Draper, who takes Class B+ honours Class X goes to Everett Seifert Jr. in the RX-8 space frame. He's the man who should have been on pole position. I'm not quite sure why he got demoted down to the back of the pack. Something must have gone wrong in the time between qualifying and the first heat. And he had to come through the field, eventually finishing up there nicely and getting through into the top 6 ahead of Leonard Archer and Rian Draper, with Andries de Preer beating out Dwayne Brown for the top 10. So there you go. Silver Cup in the house for the first time. Great to have them back on track as well. And some good action there from them as well. Looking forward to more of that a bit later on. Up next, we go into the Thunder Saloons and Sports. There is unofficial results of Silver Cup. It is Ishmael Peck ahead of Cyril Jacobs and Marius Jacobs, your top 3 and A+. Class A goes to Dirk Lawrence. Second is Class A is Leonard Archer down in 7th. And Dwayne Brown will take 3rd in Class A in 10th place overall. Class B goes to Dewald Brummer. He wins out over Wayne Pereira and Ibrahim Peck. Class X to Everett Seifert Jr. And he'll be followed by Paul Verios for 2nd place. So there you go, Mr. Sheldon Luck. He still gets 2nd in his class. 13th down in the pack, though, for Paul Verios. And Class B Plus goes to Rian Draper, with your top 10 being rounded off by Andries de Preer and Dwayne Brown. Up next, we're going into the Thunder Sports and Saloons. They'll be up on track there. You can see them waiting to rock and roll. And we'll be back shortly with more action here from Zwartkops and the Extreme Festival. So down in pit lane now, we're going to pick up with our race 1 winner there, Ishmael Peck, from the Silver Cup category.
Ishmael, that was a good race there. How was it?
You know, the first 3 or 4 laps was lovely actually, with Dirk on the inside, outside, Rian Draper on my inside, outside. It was actually a nice tussle until I got the tires hot. But when I got the tires hot and I got the feel of a car, it felt really good. And then I just got away from the bunch. They were battling with each other then, and then I could just get away.
Awesome job, well done. Thanks, sir.
A slightly new version of some racing here, but some cars that have been involved in other categories through their careers. I'm sure you've seen them in the past. It's the Thunder Saloons and sports cars all together now. As you can see, most of them coming out of a sports car style category, but a couple of Thunder Saloons in there as well. Maybe a couple of guys getting a bit of track time in there for next weekend down in PE for the South African Endurance Series. A lot of the Nash sports cars, I'm sure, will be looking to get some lap times and some track time, and maybe a bit of setup on these cars during today's proceedings in the Thunder Saloons and sports cars. We had 12 cars entered. Jonathan du Toit in the Trans Africa Racing Westbank Opel Astra. Mark du Toit will be in the Lola T70 Spider. Peter Zealy in his Speeds RS12. Gerald Wright in the Sports 2000. So there's 3 or 4 different cars from 4 different racing categories of the past that have all joined together now in this new category that's been formed up. Behind that, most of them come out of the Nash Sports or similar kind of category. An under pace car and under safety car for 2 laps to get some heat into the rubber. There is the Speeds. There is the Sports 2000. Robin Creel. Oh, and a spinner! Spinner! Dean Wilson out of shape there properly. Well held, bud. Cold tyres, Dean. Cold tyres. Tyres win races, Cole. Tyres win races. So just spinning it out at a turn 1 there as he came up behind Robin Creel. Robin Creel in her backdraft Cobra. There's definitely some track time being put in there from Robin Creel for next weekend to try and sort things out. Watching through, you can also pick up on Paul Sullivan, or Paul Sullivan, I should say. Clippy's Cricket in the Lotus 7. Jacopino, Ron Haramsa, also in another Sports 2000. And I think we're going to be in for a bit of a fight here between. There we go. As Dean Wilson came into turn 1, just onto the dirty stuff and loops it 360 degrees, catches it and carries on. Very lucky recovery, Dean Wilson. Very lucky. But he keeps going, fortunately. Up to the top of the hill now. And that safety car will pull off the circuit as the lights go out. It'll leave Jonathan DeToy and Mark DeToy to go at it. Old Westbank modified saloon car there. Jonathan DeToy, the Opel Astra. Alongside his brother in the Lola T70 Spider. The Speeds of Peter Zealy and Paul Sullivan. And you've got a hard-charging Gerald Wright as well in the Sports 2000. Here we go, to the line. And getting ready now for race action for the first time out for Thunder Sports and Saloons. 10 laps coming away, and it's DeToy versus DeToy into turn 1. As they head down towards turn 1, looks like Jonathan DeToy might have just been outgunned there by Mark as they go side by side towards turn 2. Peter Zealy applying pressure on both of them. Diving through there in that Speeds RS12. Very, very quick little sports car there. Peter Zealy, he's also probably looking to get a bit of rust out there before he heads down to the Eastern Cape in 3 weeks' time for the hill climb. We'll be looking forward to that one. Now as they go onto the back straight, you can see some pressure on Dean Wilson coming from Robin Creel, looking to dive on the inside and gets through on Wilson into turn 4. Or does she? Very close there between the two of them. Wilson and Creel going at it up towards turn 5. Peter Zealy now leading things out. Getting through in the Speeds RS12 to get ahead of that big Westbank modified saloon Opel Astra. Trans Africa Racing boys have bought themselves a V8 now, and that's a season car. I think if I'm not mistaken it's Peter Goff's car. And there is a dive from Gerald Wright to get through on Mark DeToy. Sports 2000 from Wright Motorsport. Very, very good car. And arguably one of the most consistent cars in motorsport history is that one, and particularly when it races in the Endurance Series. There is a big move there coming on Robin Creel, coming from Clippy's Cricket from far back in the Lotus. Very fast little Lotus underneath Clippy's Cricket, but Robin Creel gives him a very good run for his money coming out of turn 2. Trying to return the favour out of turn 2. Lotus will probably have the legs here on the Nash Sport. And then it's Nash Sports 2, 3 and 4 from all our Nash Sport competitors. An iron car there with Paul Sullivan just running ever so slightly wide. I think that was Matt Nash, a bit of a run for his money into turn 4. So it's Wilson now who loses out to Cricket. Cricket moves up one position, looks to close down on Gerald Wright. Zealy's got away from Jonathan DeToy. Jonathan doing the same thing here to Mark DeToy. It's Gerald Wright in 4th place. Bit of lock up on the brakes there from Mark DeToy. Clippy Schricker, Dean Wilson and Robin Creel coming through to complete another lap. Gerald Wright now through on Mark DeToy. He's starting to pull ever so slightly there on the Lola T70 Spider. A bit of additional power down the back straight though will allow him to get through, I'm sure, easily. Nimble handling of that Sports 2000 is good in the twisty bits, but the outright power of the V8 gets the toy back to the front of that little battle. Back up to the top of the hill we go. And again, using a bit of the curb there was Gerald Wright. Probably too much curb. Don't want to be hitting too high up on that low slung sports car. Coming down towards turn 8. Battle for third place. Could possibly be joined very shortly by Clippy Stricker. We'll get a three-way fight there between a pre-66 sports car, Lotus 7, and 90s into the 2000 sports car in terms of that Sports 2000. Consistent motor car, that is for sure, from the Wright Motorsport factory. And definitely a big contender in the South African Endurance Series. Oh, running wide here is the 9 car. And oh, there's a tag. That was a big one. Getting out of shape there was Paul Sullivan. He's put the wheels on the dirt on the exit of turn 2. I think he might have just clipped Nash. I'm not quite sure if it was Nash, but it was a 67 car. Matt Nash was behind the wheel of that one, and maybe Matt Nash was able to just avoid the spinning car. Saw him coming a little bit wide. Just ran off on the dirt as he came back on. Nearly took out another Nash Sport there. There you go. It is Matt Nash. Oh yeah, Matty saw him. He moved right out of the way as he saw the car get out of shape, and was very lucky not to be tagged by the spinning Paul Sullivan. Another lap completed by Dean Wilson with Robin Creel right on his tail. Big pressure now from Clippy Stricker on the inside of Gerald Wright, forces him wide and gets through there in the Lotus. It's a nimble and very quick little Lotus there that of course has been piloted in the past in Lotus Challenge since they changed up to Class B only and not the Class T and Class A competitors in Lotus Challenge. Clippy's had nowhere to go with that very fast Lotus, so he came to play here. He's played in a couple of other categories as well, but very fast little Lotus 7 there with Clippy Stricker at the wheel. He's going to now try and close down for third place on Mark the Toy. Haven't really seen anything of the front end because Zeeley's pulled away so dramatically from Jonathan DeToy, the top two. 3, 4 and 5, and this one 6 and 7 having a bit of a fight of their own. Robin Creel now ahead of Wilson. Rob's finding a way through there on Dean Wilson, now trying to keep him behind her. Wilson dives on the inside into turn 2, late on the brakes, using the nimble handling of that Nash Sport, but then the big backdrop Cobra cuts back on him. Just went in too hot there into turn 2. It's good, Dean, but probably not that good. Not going to make that turn stick at that pace. And now Robin got a little bit of breathing room and try and get away from Dean Wilson. That's the battle for 6th and 7th. Here comes 8 and 9 in the background. We'll go back to the front. That was second place Jonathan DeToy coming through here. Here's his brother Mark. And how far back is Clippy Stricker on Mark DeToy? There is Peter Zeeley in the Zeeley Auctioneers Speeds RS12. Very nimble sports car, very, very quick and competitive category in the UK and of course in Europe. And this car originally comes from. And Zeeley's made it his very own in terms of the national sports car class and here now in Thunder Saloons and Sports Cars. Got a very fast MR2 Toyota that he pilots as well, sometimes in the extreme supercars. I know he'll probably be saving that car for the hill climb in a couple of weeks' time. There is second place, Jonathan Dutoy. There's third place, Mark Dutoy with some problems. Dutoy slowing up slightly. And nursing that Lola T70 back home. Getting out of harm's way there and trying to stay out of harm's way as well as Mark Dutoy. Getting off the race lines. A 999 car of Gavin Rook coming through. Up towards the top of the hill, towards turn 5. Here he comes. 999 is Gavin Rook, 777 is Jaco Pinar. Looks like Dutoy's got something terminal. Oh, 55 out of shape. Ron Harmser, the second of those Sports 2000s. A bit further back in the field, he's just outside the top 10 there is Ron Harmser. There's the first of them, and there, of course, they are in formation flying for the 2 Sports 2000 cars. As Wright has gone through there, and his fellow compatriot in a similar car. So well, but good first outing there for Thunder Sports and Saloons. And a good effort there from Jonathan Dutoy to take the victory. Up next, we go into Car Care Clinic's 111 and the GT Sports and Saloon cars from Car Care Clinic. Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars. We managed to catch up with Jonathan DeToy now down in pit lane after that first victory in the Thunder Sports and Saloons.
Yeah, I mean, I had a good start, although Peter Zealy came up on the inside of me through turn 3. I wasn't going to fight him. His car's quite a bit quicker. And then I just put my head down and was trying to put in some good laps. I actually didn't realize I'd won it. I think he was a bit far ahead, and then I don't know what happened to him. But yeah, so a good race. I mean, towards the end there was a bit of smoke in the cockpit. I think the brakes are cooking, but yeah, good race all round. Thank you.
Well, there you got explanation of the smoke coming out of that Westbank V8 Opel Astra from the old modified saloon car days. Got some modified saloon cars out here at the moment for Car Care Clinic 111 and the Sports and GT category. Louis Scholz and Harry Arangis will make up the front row of the GT category, alongside each other for the first race. Behind them will be Mark DeToy and Bob Neal. Mark climbing straight out of one race car and into another one. Back-to-back races for both the DeToy boys here today. And you've got Bob Neal and Dirk Lawrence. Also Lawrence going to get a little refuel in his Honda Ballard before he climbed back into action now for the Car Care Clinic GT Sports and Saloons. Ahead of George Smallberger in the Shield Racing Golf. And looks like Leonard Archer there as well. Johan van der Vijver in the Dev Law Subaru Works Impressor will be in the mix as well for the GT side of things. Adrian Dalton will lead things out for Class A ahead of Philip Meyer in the People Group Porsche. You can see them just in the background there. It's the Extra Shoes Clothing Golf 1 and People Group Porsche front row of Class A. Behind them will be Mark Harvey Wallbanger in the ADAPT signature and branding, signage and branding I should say, and Pete Portita in Nathan's Motorsport Polo. Wayne Labotsky in the Shield Golf ahead of George Aldrich. It's Josh Veyers and Marius Mulhalber. Watch out for Peter Vermeulen and of course Kobus Brits and Brent Henshaw making up the rest of the pack of Class A, B, C, D, E and X of 111 Sports and Saloons. 111 basically being 1 minute 11 around Zwartkops. That's the origin of this category. And for Universal Motorsport, it's Peter Vermeulen doing a super job there in the Polo Classic and looking to come through possibly for a victory in Class E. Side by side trying to get some heat into those rubber. Not easy to do today. With current weather conditions here at Zwartkops, not playing the game. We're currently looking at about, just getting a refresh here, 10 degrees Celsius real feel. So probably about 20 odd degrees Celsius track temperature. So to get heat into the rubber is very difficult in these conditions. And the wind has picked up dramatically as well. So just in the background a couple of trees blowing, but when you see the front straight and you see the flags and how they are blowing right across the front straightaway, you can understand that it's not going to be an easy day. It's going to definitely make these drivers have to work hard. But it will be Louis Scholz to dictate the pace for Car Care Clinic in the Car Care Clinic Golf GTI. And alongside him, Harry Arangis in the Stradale Motorsport 350Z. 370Z, I beg your pardon. It's the 370, not the 350. So red light's about to go on. As soon as they go off, the GT category make their way down towards turn 1. It's Louis Scholz with Mark DeToy on his tail. But Arangis has got the drop. Arangis getting the whole shot into turn 1. Looks like it's going to be the same thing here for Adrian Dalton. But around the outside comes the People Group Porsche of Philip Meyer, looking for a way to get through early on. Trying to return the favour into turn 2 is Scholz as he comes up alongside. Oh, and they nearly touch. There was not a touch, but it was a very close one there between Louis Scholz and Harry Arangis. Bob Neal very lucky to avoid that as well. He just stayed out of harm's way, but Louis came so up close and personal to Harry Arangis out of turn 2. Leonard Archer trying to dive through there on Dirk Lawrence for turn 4. It's Dalton from the People Group Porsche of Philip Meyer. And then behind that they start to line up. Nice start from Wayne Labotsky in the Shield Golf 1. Looks like he's jumped up one position, got ahead of Aldrich. Pete Portkeeter's dropped back ever so slightly as well now as they come through. Let's keep an eye out here for Class A. Portkeeter ahead of Harvey Wallbanger. Mark Harvey into 4th place. So 924 Porsches 2nd and 4. Aranji's leading things out. Let's have a look at that replay down into turn number 2. Look at that. I think they might have just touched, but it was just a glance. It wasn't even a rub. So tight there between the Car Care Clinic Golf of Louis Scholz and Harry Aranjis. They'll definitely have a little chuckle about that after this one. But more racing to come. In every single race we've had out on track so far, we've had some form of action. Dalmon Mining and Civils Honda trying to dive through there on the Car Care Clinic Golf, and it's Mark DeToy behind that. He's got Dirk Lawrence in his clutches. And along for the ride comes Leonard Archer in the I-20. Not too far off the back end of that is Van der Pfeiffer. And looks like we're going to see a maneuver there from Johan to bring that Subaru a bit higher up. Up to turn 4 and into turn 5 now. And a change up as DeToy looks like he just might have got through. In the background, I think there may be a change up there for that Z4. Yes, there it is, right onto the back end of the Delmon mining machine. And Bob Neal now with a bit of work to do. He's going to have his work cut out with Mark DeToy closing in. The last time we saw these guys out in action, remember, we're going to see lots of action between them. They were combined categories on the Passion for Speed weekend with Super Hatch. They did that into the evening race. Ooh, Harvey Wallbanger sideways out of turn 8. Always good to see Mark Harvey enjoying himself out there. The ADAP signage and branding machine. That little Porsche of his has had a good innings in terms of race wins and victories for him, as well as some spectacular action in his race career. Aranjis, Scholz, Neal, DeToy. Archer with some pressure coming from Dirk Lawrence. ACD versus JDM. Car Care Clinic golfer at this point in 2nd place. No answer to the 370Z of Harry Aranjis. Just certainly got that little I-20 of his working to perfection now. Here is Aranjis for Stradale Motorsport, leading things out to complete another lap. Van der Pfeiffer pulling away ever so slightly. And just in the background picked up on Dalton, leading out the 111 Sports and Saloon car class. With 5 to go. There's a move from DeToy around the outside of Bob Neal. Bob Neal trying to keep him at bay, but he just cuts back at him. Trying to get that little Z4 up the inside. Didn't quite make it stick that time, but definitely putting Neal under pressure. So DeToy now applying the pressure onto the back end of Bob Neal. And at this stage, Bob Neal's soaking it up. But certainly got a little bit of a fight on our hands here. Platinum Wheels and Delmon Mining Group fighting Trans-Africa Racing, trying to close down on the Car Care Clinic car. Golf GTI, Louis Scholz, and he's trying to do the same thing there to Harry Aranjis to catch and possibly pass the 370Z. Definitely some pressure coming now from DeToy on Bob Neal. All Fluid Systems and Stradale Motorsports 370Z lead things out though comfortably at this point. Harry doing it all right at the front end and not putting a wheel wrong. Lucky to be avoided by Louis Scholz early on. Further back, picking up on some of the mid-pack competitors in the 111 Sports and Saloons. One of them, of course, being Philip Meyer so far back. I'm not quite sure where he looks like he's been off track somewhere. So Philip Meyer must have made a mistake, or maybe had it coming together with somebody. He's dropped right out of contention. we can get our live timing just to refresh here quickly. Here we go, down towards turn 8 again. First 4 cars, not much in it between them. Toy definitely looking for a way through now. A lot more intent in his maneuvers there as he came out of turn 8. They're coming up on Peter Vermeulen there for the Universal Healthcare team in the Polo Classic. And he, of course, is currently fighting down in what is 17th place on the road. Nice move here from Bob Neal. He seems to just have the legs on the straights. The toy closes in on the twisty bits. Sure, off-track excursion there for Bob Neal. Could be costly. Vermeulen stays out the way. Looks like Brent Henshaw's moved out the way as well. Here comes the toy. Sure, had a big look there, but had the door firmly shut in his face there by Bob Neal. Not going to give this up without a fight as Bob Neal over Mark the Toy. Coming around the outside of Brent Henshaw. Good drive onto the main straight here from Mark the Toy. Just can't do anything about the extra power that the Honda's giving the man in third place, Bob Neal. Hangs on for third place right now. The toy just seems to carry so much more corner speed. Bob Neal doesn't have to worry about it because as soon as he gets on the squirt, he pulls away. Not enough to catch the Golf GTI of Louis Scholz, but certainly enough to keep Mark the Toy at bay. Further back in the field, 111 there, George Aldrich. One day DeLange's old car. First time out for him, and you can see this is a return of Philip Meyer after some off-track excursion at some point. Porsche definitely had some problems somewhere in the race and dropped him out of contention for a potential podium. He, of course, was second on the grid for Class A. Another lap completed there for our leader, Harry Arangis. Should be onto the final lap there by the looks of things. And Harangi's now going to just try and keep it on the black stuff. Stay out of harm's way and maybe just use some of those back markers to keep a bit of a late charge on here from Louis Scholz from Car Care Clinic. The big boss man showing us exactly that he can put his money where his mouth is, as well as his ability behind the race car. And you see that in the advertising that they put together as well. They love to race cars and they love cars in general. Neal with a problem. Oh, that is such a pity. Bob Neal was going so well and he's pulled to the sideline. That's going to give Mark the Toy an easy third place. But Bob Neal looked like he had all sorted out. He was just running away from Mark the Toy. And maybe I gave him the commentator's curse there. But the Delmon Mining and Platinum Wheels Honda Civic is out. To the line, Harry Arangis looking for that flag for the first time today. And there you have it. Stradale Motorsport and Volvo Fluid Systems Nissan 350Z over Car Care Clinic Golf GTI 8. Or GTI 7, I shouldn't. And a good drive there from Mark the Toy in the Z4 from Trans Africa Racing to take honours in the GT category. Big move on here, coming down towards the final stages here for Adrian Dalton and the win in Class A. For 111 Sports and Saloons, he takes the victory comfortably over second place, Pete Potgieter. Third place is going to be Mark Harvey Wallbanger. There goes Henshaw and Vermeulen, they're a bit further back in the field. And it's going to be the Shield Golf GTI of Wayne Labochki who comes through there. He'll also take Class B honours. And a good recovery there from Philip Meyer. He'll still finish up, I think, in 4th place overall in Class A in the People Group Porsche. So that's your first heat of Car Care Clinic 111 Sports and Saloons. This also brings us to the end of the first part of the day's racing. Up next, we're going into some Extreme Supercars again. And G&H Transport Extreme Supercars will be standing by for their second heat of the day. Car Care Clinic is a nationwide auto service and repair centre. Our fully trained and qualified technicians are standing by to care for your car. For personal attention and integrity, Car Care Clinic is first choice every time. Fast and efficient service is our personal guarantee.
Hi, I'm Louis Skulls from Car Care Clinic. We love cars so much we even race them. Franchise opportunities are available at Car Care Clinic.
Car Care Clinic. We love cars.
Yeah, awesome. Didn't get the first place, obviously. Strudale, old Harry, outgunned me on the start. He was ahead. We touched a bit into two. Sorry, Harry. And yeah, from there he just led the race, and I was chasing him down. I think he got me about by 2 car lengths, but absolute awesome race. Hopefully we can do it in the second one too. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, bud.
So it looks like they've moved the circuit cleanup a little bit earlier than what was scheduled on the program. So we will be back in a few minutes' time with the second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Oh, we're back down at DOE, and it's a lucky draw time now for somebody in the Formula V category. He's going to be getting a new set of Bridgestone rubber. So I'm going to ask Mariki if she wouldn't mind to do and draw out the lucky number. Who's it going to be? Lucky number 10. Hank from the back. There you go, buddy. There you go. That's the way we do it. Brand new set of rubber. Well done, bud. That'll help, eh? That'll help a little bit. Good job. Well, that's all it's all about. We'll be back shortly with more action here from Zwartkops. Please come and join us. Like and share and pass it on to all your friends, fans and family. And look here. The struggle is real, but as I said, the signal. Welcome back to action now from Zwartkops and the Extreme Festival. Running up and down here in these cool conditions, not the ideal thing to do, but maybe I'll get the medical car next time, help me to get there quicker. It's the second heat today of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, and this time out it is Charles Arunjis and Mikhail Patamba who will be on the front row. Patamba just losing out in the first heat ever so slightly to Ben Morgenroot and to Charles Arunjis, but he's looking to turn that around now in the second heat. Got some information as well coming from the Dryzit Environmental Hurricane team of Greg Parton. Unfortunately, with that incident with Gianni Giannaccaro in the first race with the two Lamborghinis looped out coming out of turn 3, the Lamborghini Hurricane of Greg Parton with some battle scars. but it also looks like he may have blown the engine. And normally what happens with the electronics on those GT3 cars is you need to get the clutch in as soon as possible once they get into a spin. Otherwise the electronics tend to over-rev the car, and that's what caused the engine issue for Greg Parton, and that's why he's not been able to make it back out into the circuit for the second heat here of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Young teenager there, Mikel Patamba, looking to take on some of the finest GT and saloon car drivers in the country with Charles Arangis and Ben Morgenroot. Jonathan du Toit slightly higher up than what he was in the first one, and this time with the Silver Dream Racer silver wheels on. Had a problem with the front left, and it was slightly loose. That's why I had to grab one of his brother's wheels and put the gold one on the front left there in race number 1. He's alongside Exo, Zolile Letlaka, and Blunden and Gianni Giannacaro, Ricky Giannacaro, alongside Marius Jackson, Uli Sana, and the rest of the pack now start to get warmed up. Mark du Toit in that second Z4 as they come around to start the proceedings now for race 2. Lights out, and we head down towards turn 1. It's inside line for the Ferrari, outside for the Lamborghini, and the Gallardo will have to just go on the defensive. There is Oliver Delay in the Marlboro Cranehauer Porsche going at it with the 2 Z4 BMWs at the back, but it is Arangis who hits the front almost instantaneously. Ben Morgenroot going on his inside, trying to find a way through there on Mikel Patamba. Patamba just keeping that Lexus out for now, but only just squeezing through. Morgenroot probably realizing there's a long way to go still on 10 laps, and decided to give discretion the best part of valor there, and hung on just to fight another couple of corners. There is Action Jackson, MJR Motorsport, and the Mega Fiber Audi heading up towards the top of the hill with Ulisane right on his tail. BMW Z4 also out of G&H Transport, G&H Transport Racing. And here is Trans Africa Racing's Jonathan du Toit looking for a way through on Ben Morgenroot. In the interim, we've got Jeanette Darroch and Paul Medal, who's joined us, as well as Pete Maloney. Good to see you, Pops. Thanks for the trip over to the south for you and Mom, catching up with the youngsters. And now watching from home, I think, as they head into second lap of action for the second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Remember, Gianni Giannacaro still got a bit of battle scars on that Lamborghini Super Trofeo of his. I have fixed up the back end a little bit, but it's not quite according to plan, and understeer issues. See whether or not he's able to get those sorted out throughout the race. But Ricky Giannacaro under pressure now. His brother fending off Zolile Letlaka, coming from into Africa Mining, and of course the Daytona Group McLaren 650. Side by side, Exo now on to Ricky Giannacaro's right hand wing mirror. Almost found a way through there. Ricky keeping him honest and forcing Exo on the highway round and the long way round turn 7 into G&H Transport corner. And Blunden still flying high there for the Porsche fans, leading things out in terms of his class as well as overall standings in terms of the Porsche battles. Exo now trying to still find a way past, but Ricky Giannacaro has kept him very honest as they come out of turn 2. Here's a move on Ben Morgenroot by Jonathan du Toit. 430 Ferrari versus the Lexus. 430 seems to maybe have the edge there. Let's see what he's got like in terms of the legs up the hill. Morgenroot will have the legs of the V8. But there comes du Toit, nimble as ever in the Ferrari, diving through in that Silver Dream Racer. Find a way through there on the man from Ranfontein. So Arangis from Patamba, that's 1 and 2 on track. No worries at all for those two. 3 and 4 is du Toit and Morgenroot. Charles Darroch's in the house as well. How are you doing there, Charles? Thanks for joining us, buddy. Into turn 1, Morgenroot hangs on. And takes that position back again from Jonathan du Toit. Good fight here between du Toit and Morgenroot. Ben will be loving this. Oh, Exo's out of shape. Just looped it out of turn 5. Gets going again. He's now dropped right to the back of the field by the looks of things. And the leaders should be heading up towards him now as well. So he'll have to be a bit wary about those quicker cars coming up behind him. There they come. Arangis and Patamba. Youngster doing such a good job in these cars, and of course getting valuable seat time in that Ferrari. Not only for next weekend's South African Endurance Series, but also for next weekend's South African GT Racing Association's 2 heats. And then of course he'll be back in action at the National Extreme Festival at the East London Grand Prix circuit at the end of the month, as he participates in the Super Cup. And there'll be lots of action in that one too. That is for sure. We're looking forward to getting down to one of the fastest tracks in the world at the East London Grand Prix circuit in 2 weeks' time. Tamba has not let Arangis get away. Neither has Ben Morganroot been able to get away from Jonathan du Toit. So maybe looking to pounce a bit later on, realizing that Morganroot's been able to come back at him. I'm just going to sit behind the old man and give him a bit of a run, and then have a go into the latter part of this second heat of Extreme Supercars. Arangis from Patamba, that's the top 3 in GT3. A plus is Ben Morganroot, Class A is du Toit, B is Blunden in the Porsche, as we complete another lap. I2 Pablo Clark Racing Ferrari 458. Absolutely resplendent there. Prancing Horse fans will be happy with that, but the Lamborghini fans will be even happier. Because right now it's the bull over the horse. Raging Bull from Stradale Motorsport and Paget Racing hangs on to the lead, but Mikel Patamba is definitely looking dangerous. Trying to find a way through here on Arangis. He's got good drive and he's got good line up the hill too. See if he's good enough on the brakes to get up. No, he's not quite close enough. Definitely a lot closer than what he was though. And the pressure is certainly being felt here by Charles Arangis. He'll soak it up. He's used to being in this kind of position. He's been here so many times before. Patamba with another look into turn number 8. Right place to do it is at TNA's Transport Corner with 4 laps to go. Big move here for second place to move into first. But to get around Charles Arangis, you have to have your wits about you. You certainly need to catch Charles off guard if you can. Or pressurize him into a mistake. He has been known to make mistakes in the past. That's exactly what Mikel is trying to do here. Same thing from du Toit on Morganroot. Looking to pressurize the elderly statesman in South African motorsport. He certainly has had an amazing career behind the wheel of multiple race cars, has Ben Morganroot. The same thing can be said for Jonathan du Toit actually. Mikel running slightly wide out of turn 7, now trying to carry speed down into turn 8. Trying to slingshot through with a late apex. Maybe catch the Lamborghini out into turn 1. Carry the corner speed for turn 2 so he can have a go. Set that up literally from turn number 7. No, not close enough, but he's got Zolile Latlaka coming up as a back marker that could potentially spoil his day, because if anybody's going to help out Charles Arangis, it's going to be Exo. And he's got a bit of a fight of his own there with Oliver Delay. The Marlboro Crane Porsche just at the back end of the field there. Relatively easily done there by Exo to get through on the Porsche. Now will that help out Charles Arangis, or will it help out Mikel Patamba? 2 slower cars they're coming up on. 2 potential opportunities here for Patamba to get through. Or is Charles Arangis going to show the youngster how to use traffic to your advantage? There they come. It's tight. But Tamba's right there. He's having a go into turn 8. He has a big look. Arangis sees him coming, gives him some room. And they are now side by side out of turn 8 across the start-finish line, and a new leader. But Tamba hits the front for the first time today. That's an amazing bit of driving there from the youngster. He runs wide onto the dirty stuff. That could be costly. Very lucky to survive that. Those Pirellis were crying out big time as he came out of turn 1 and clipped the dirt. He now goes on the inside of Oliver Delay. The Lambo goes with him, so Arangis is not going to let him go away. Here comes Exo on the inside of Gianni Giannacaro. Giannacaro now will be looking in his rearview mirrors, realizing the quicker cars are coming through. watching for those two quicker cars. There goes the Ferrari up the hill. Charles Orange is going to hang on for second right now. Doesn't look like he's going to have an answer here to Mikel Patama now that he's at the front. He's turned the wick up ever so slightly on that 458 and trying to get away from the Gallardo. Here they come down towards G&H Transport Corner. There's about 4 car lengths now between the top two. Make that down to 2 car lengths by the time they get on the brakes for G&H Transport Corner. And they start the penultimate lap. Exo in the way. Is he going to help out his teammate here? I wonder if there's going to be some radio communication to him. He has held the Ferrari up ever so slightly. Blue flags will be waving as they come across. Can the Ferrari dive through there on that McLaren? He gets through eventually. So Exo held him up just enough. Is it enough though for Orangis to use it? Lights flashing there to Mark Dutoy to warn him that they're coming. Oh, Exo just blocked his teammate slightly as well. Don't think he meant that, but there was nowhere to go. He had to take his race line. Here comes Mark Dutoy, about to be under attack from 2 of the Stradale Motorsport top contenders. One of them is Exo, Zolile Lataka, trying to take that position back from Mark Dutoy. The other one is Charles Orange, trying to make up ground now on our leader. Mikel Patamba is looking for his first victory ever in a G&H Transport Extreme Supercar. And this could potentially be it. Checkered flag is out and he's got it. The youngster has taken his first victory in G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. He finishes up ahead of Charles Oranges after a very strong move into G&H Transport Corner to take the over for the lead. Third place is still Morgan. He's got some battle scars on the front end of that Lexus. I wonder if him and the curb or him and Dutoy had a little bit of a touch during the race that we didn't pick up on. Across the line, an amazing bit of race action there. And Blunden is still going to come through and he'll finish up in 5th place and the win for Class B. Good drive there from Blunden from the Porsche fans side of things. Here comes Ricky Giannaccaro. He'll be 3rd in the GT3 class in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. And Marius Jackson heading down the hill now will pick up the win in Class C. So there he comes, the Mega Fiber Audi for MJR Motorsport. Lovely stuff. And that's the win, of course, for Class C for Marius Jackson. As you can see, the wind has picked up again, even some more here. And that, of course, will mean that temperatures will stay low, which is not the ideal thing for race action, particularly when you're trying to get heat into your rubber. So it's Mikel Patamba to take the victory overall and GT3 class ahead of Charles Oranges and Ricky Giannaccaro. A plus goes to Ben Morgan. Class A goes to Jonathan Dutoy, beating out Zolile Letlaka. Class B is Ant Blunden. Class C is Marius Jackson. And Class D, Ulisana, who comes through there down in 8th place ahead of Jimbo Giannaccaro and Exo for the top 10. That is G&H Transport Extreme Supercars Heat 2 done. And of course, now we're moving on to the next part of the day's proceedings. And it is the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch Heat 2. No, beg your pardon. Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge up next. They are the next category waiting down in the pre-race area. We'll be back shortly, and with a couple of interviews down in Park Fermé as well. So just before we go into action with Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge, we managed to catch up with our race 1 winner from the second heat of the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, Mikel Patamba.
First ever win. How's it feel?
It's undescribable. Best feeling in the world.
You've done in the Supercars and you get Charles around you, so you've been winning most of the time.
Great drive by Charles. He kept me behind him for as long as he could. Make a move down in turn 8. Managed to get it done, and well driven to him as well. Drove fairly.
Awesome job. Well done, mate.
Thank you.
A superb effort there from the youngster, and looking forward to, I'm sure, to more of the same. Once that first victory comes, it makes it very difficult to get the next one within a couple of race meetings of each other, and that's exactly what he'll be hoping for. That is for sure. But a great effort there from Mikel Patamba as we wait for Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge to make their way out onto the circuit. Welcome back to Zwartkops. Some more action from the Extreme Festival now as we head into the second heat of Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. These guys and girls are going to get an opportunity to get 2 warm-up laps in, and I reckon the call for that is because of the lack of track temperature available for these Dunlop tyres. I've got to try and get some heat into them, and it's not easy to do when the track is not hot at all. We're sitting currently at about 11 degrees Celsius here, and the wind chill factor is pretty high. It's about a real feel of about 8 degrees, and the wind is pumping. So to get heat into the rubber is not easy, which is why they're allowing them to go out there for 2 laps to try and get some heat into the rubber before we go to the standing start. The Class A on their own, Class B on their own, and Class C on their own as well. Rory Atkinson and Bevan Masters will make up the front row ahead of Voldy Monkeys and Derek Smallberger. Then it'll be Sam Dell and Wayne Masters, Stelion Nosius and Roland Hopkins, with Davy van der Merwe getting that universal healthcare car of his sorted out. He'll be starting from the last row of Class A alongside Chris Dale. Class B will be his teammate. That's Leighton Fourie, who took the first victory ahead of Stuart Mack. And then it'll be Devin Piazza Musa and Elmer Cruiser with Robbie De Silva, Andre Needham, Charisse van der Merwe, Alden Haupt, Bevan Williams, Karshan Naidu, Leon Udendal, Ethan Kutsia, Nick Setinich, and of course it's Chris Davison, Elio Mussolini, Gavin Ross, Mitch Kutsia, and Stian Krill, starting from the back end of Class B after his off-track excursion. And we heard from Leighton Fourie it may have been a touch between the two of them that saw Stian Krill fall out of race number 1. Class C's Reinhoff van Heerden on the pole position ahead of Pierluigi Mussolini. And then it's Mo Karodia ahead of Ian Walker, Adrian De Beer and Philip Cruiser, Martin De Beer and Dino Smit. That'll make up the back end of Class C and the last 2 cars on the grid. 36 cars, it's the biggest field here today, so they'll be making their way around the corner a little bit into G&H Transport Corner as they line up for a full grid of Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge action. Remember that they are running some tribute stickers there for Tony Taylor, the late great, and big wishes from Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge, and of course everybody in motorsport, and particularly here at the Extreme Festival, to Shelley and the family after we saw Tony lose his fight to COVID. And a lot of people have, as we've already seen in the tributes that we've done today by Volkswagen Challenge as well as Formula V's, and I'm sure there'll be more of those coming along over the next couple of weeks as we get into racing proper again after lockdown. The HIT Bulk Logistics Company on the side there. Matty Cohen, the man who owns that one, of course, putting his money behind Rory Atkinson for a while now. And then it's CPS's warehouse machine of Bevan Masters, who will be on that front row. You can see Lee Thompson on the sideline there just to give Darby a final check-up and chat. It was a CV joint that broke on the line as he came to stop to take up his position here to pull off the circuit. It's a relatively easy fix for Lee Thompson and the Universal Motorsport team. And watch for Darby van der Merwe coming from the back of Class A to see if he can make his way to the front end as quickly as possible. There is the 2 Universal cars with the red flag between them. The back of Class A and the front of Class B. Robbie De Silva will also be looking to get a little bit higher up, maybe to beat Stuart Mack this time. And Mack's just to his left-hand side in the first of the Posi Drive cars. A couple of final checks here for a couple of our drivers. Roland Hopkins getting a little final check there from somebody as well, as we are about to go into race start procedure. Three race starts in a row. Class A, about 10 seconds later will be Class B, and about 10 seconds after that is Class C. 3 separate starts to try and keep the categories on their own. And what you normally find is Class A will get into Class C right in the closing stages of this 10-lapper. 2-minute board is up. Ivan Newman's just joined us all the way from down in East London. Sure, he's looking forward to having us there in a couple of weeks' time for the National Extreme Festival. Start delayed. Something must have gone wrong there, looks like it. Oh, Mr. Bean just getting out the way there. That's our official COC. And we go back into the start procedures. 1 minute board goes up. The fastest 30 seconds of your life. And we are now into the 5 seconds waiting for those lights for Class A start. Here those revs pick up on the polos. And it's Atkinson, but it's Masters with a slightly better start by the looks of things as he heads down towards turn 1. Yes, side by side there from Bevan Masters and Rory Atkinson. Good start from Darby. He gets ahead of Captain Dick, heading down towards turn 1. And the 5 second board, of course, is now for Class C, but that is Class B heading into turn 1 as well. Frantic activity in the mid-pack there. Nick and Naidu going at it. Setonich versus Naidu into turn 2. Behind that, it's Kutsia Davidson on the back end, now with a bumper back on the car after a bit of battle scars in race 1. Coming out of turn 2, this is the Class B mid-pack. Stian Creel starting to make his way through as rapidly as he can. Trying to get up onto the back end there of Koshin Naidu and Setonich. At the front end, it's Leighton Faree. He's pulling away ever so slightly there from Stuart Mack. Stuart Mack on his tail as they come through there pushing hard. Looks like that might be Devin Piazzamuso. Then Charisse van der Merwe in the hot 1027 car. Great to see them getting behind that young lady and her ability behind a race car's race wheel. And it's Rory Atkinson at the front end of Class A with Bevan Masters on his tail. Then it's Wayne Masters in third, this time ahead of Mikey's. Mikey's trying to come through as quickly as possible. Watching the background as Derek Smallberger tries to go on the inside of Piazzamuso. He's got Darby van der Merwe on his tail. And Dale now under pressure from the two of them. Great move there from Sam Dale, just trying to avoid and keep out the intentions of Darby, but he went the wrong way. And Darby van der Merwe ducked on the inside and found a way past. Tucks in behind the Sabertech car of Derek Smallberger and into 6th place. He's made up 6 positions in that first lap. Can he make up another 6 now in the second one to get to the front? Dale on the tail now of Darby van der Merwe, looking to try and run with him if he can. Here they come across the line to complete another lap. This is Class C. Reina van Heerden leading out over Mussolini. Mussolini over Kurodia. Nice stuff there from the two of them as they head down towards, or the three of them heading down towards turn 2. Just behind that, trying to close things down there is Ian Walker, late on the brakes and locking up those wheels. Dunlop tyres are not going to like that lockup, that's for sure. As they come out of turn 2, heading into turn 3 now. Mussolini onto the back end of Reina van Heerden. Here's the move for about 6th place, 5 and 6th place. That is Derek Smallberger fending off Darby van der Merwe. Merwe all over the back end of him, looking for a way past, but can't find it just yet. Here comes Mussolini onto the back end for Class C honours. Reina van Heerden hanging on to the lead for now. Kurodia waiting for something to go wrong. Just behind that, it's Walker. Across the line, Class A have already completed 2 laps here in anger. And the Masters boys trying to close down on Rory Atkinson. Bevan and Wayne in 2nd and 3rd place. 4th place is Monkeys. Late braking from Darby, maybe too late. Can he make that one stick? Wow, that was incredible there from Darby van der Merwe. But I think he might have run a little bit too hot. And Smallberg is going to try and come back at him in the Sabertech car. Sabertech versus Universal Motorsport and Team Red Racing. It's for 4 and 5 on track. Make it 5 and 6, I beg your pardon. 5 and 6 as they come into turn 4. Around the outside goes Darby van der Merwe and makes that 5th place his, 6th place to Sabertech car of Smallberger. And just behind them, they are waiting to pounce. Sam Dale now in the house. Mitch Kutsia at the back, trying to close things down now. On to Davidson. Davidson on Setonich. Ethan Kutsia's up the road. Father and son going at it there. Koshin Naidu in the mix with the GTR performance car. Stian Kriel rapidly making his way to the front end of Class B. That's Stuart Mack. He's 2nd in Class B behind Leighton Faree. Faree for Universal Motorsport. And doing a superb job there as well, as he flies the flag high for the Express Hire PTY Limited machine as well. There they come. Piazzamuso on the back end of Mack. Behind him comes Robbie De Silva. Ooh, spinner, Mo Kurodia. Kurodia out of shape at the top, Fast 5 Motorsport. Around his outside goes De Beer. There comes Cruiser and De Beer as well. So both Adrian and Martin De Beer avoiding the spinning Kurodia. He's going to drop right to the back of the field. That's going to be a lot of work to do now for Mo Kurodia. He was fighting for 2nd, 3rd in Class C. He's now dropped right back down into the back end of the field and right to the bottom of the field as well. There you go. Gets back on track just before, or gets off circuit just before the leaders come through there. Very lucky to get off the track there. But he's in a dangerous position, so I wonder if there's going to be a need for a safety car here. If he gets going again, he'll be okay, but we'll have to wait and see. A couple of curbs being clipped there by the back markers as they come into turn 6. This is the leaders, though. 1, 2, and 3, and a second place change up. Wayne Masters has got ahead of Bevan. So it's Rory Atkinson, Wayne Masters, Bevan Masters, and Baldy Monkeys. Main squeeze trying to close up there. Looking for a little bit of a gap on the two Masters boys to get in contention with the two of them. It's the Performance Masters Polo taking on the CPS Warehouse car. And the two Masters boys going at it to close down on BHIT's Rory Atkinson. Atkinson controlling things from the front though. Coming up into some back markers already. As they go through turn 4, you'll just see that back marker in the foreground. And as they head to the top of the hill, this could potentially be the first part of a lot of traffic. Double yellows into turn 5 as well. I think Carodio's car is still on the outside there, so there'll be no overtaking allowed there just yet until they can clear that car out of harm's way. See, Davy van der Merwe has made up massive amounts of ground. He's already up into 5th place. Safety car. I kind of thought the safety car might be deployed. I think Carodio's car was in too dangerous a position and he couldn't get it going again, which means everybody's now going to have to slow it up. So Dino Smith is actually going to lead this field around. But of course the safety car will pick up on the leader. He won't pick up on Dino. They'll probably wave Dino through. The JRT racing machine. So Atkinson will resume virtual safety car until the safety car actually picks him up. What's going to happen now, of course, is the concertina effect. Class A and Class B will sort of get concertinaed together a bit. We'll give Leighton Free a possibility of using some of those slightly quicker Class A cars to get away from Stuart Mack and from the rest of Class B there. Of course, Steven Piazzamusa, Robbie De Silva, and Charisse van der Merwe. That's the reason for the safety car. Yes, Mo Carodia unfortunately stalled and couldn't get the car started. Once he got it off track and out of harm's way, he just couldn't get it out of enough of harm's way. So here we go. Recovery vehicle going to maneuver that Polo out of the kitty litter. And once that's in a safe position, we can go back to racing. All these laps do count, remember. Leighton Free, Mac, that's first and second in Class B. It's Piazzamusa in third. Pull that car just onto the inside and then of course whip it around into the gate right by the ZOC Club, Zwartkops Owners Club. Pace car is on track, but it hasn't picked up on the leader just yet, but of course may not even need to. There we go, there is Rory Atkinson, so it shouldn't be too long before that Toyota 86 picks up on the first Polo on track. Looks like they've got Mo Carodio's car out of the danger zone, which means probably only one more lap under safety car and then we can go racing. Still 4 laps to go, so it'll be a 3-lap sprint race by the time we get around to start full-on action again. Looks like Leighton Free is also keeping a bit of a gap between himself and Class B before that green flag comes out again for racing. Needham and Stelios Nusias, Hopkins and Stelios Nusias at the back end of Class A. Needham just behind that battle for 3rd and 4th place. Free, Mac, Piazzamusa, Robbie De Silva. And lights are out on the Pretoria Note Toyota 86, so that means he'll be pulling in to the pit lane to give us a restart here for the second heat of Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. And if I'm not mistaken, Paul Bedford will probably give me a heads up on that one. That's 6 races in a row that Aussie Drive Volkswagen Challenge have had the need to stop the race or to have a safety car. Shows you the kind of action we get in Aussie Drive. They don't stop, eh? They just keep it all going. It's great stuff. Here we go. So here we go. Into race proper again. 3 laps of action coming away now to finish this one off. And it's green flags all the way. Atkinson trying to get the drop now and get away from the 2 Masters boys and Baldy Monkeys. Behind Monkeys, you can see the hard charge coming from Davy van der Merwe. He wants to be on the podium. After a broken CV joint, saw him out of the race before it even started in race 1. Can he do anything about the 2 cars in front of him? He's putting pressure onto Monkeys. Smallberger, and then it's Sam Dale. Dale pulling away ever so slightly there from Christel and from Hopkins. Here comes a move on Monkeys from Davy van der Merwe. Late on the brakes and into turn 5. He gets it. He gets it through as we see a demise here. Unfortunately, some problems here in the mid-pack. Andre Needham just talking about him, and he's pulled to the sideline. Mussolini's taking the lead of Class C. He's got ahead of Reiner van Heerden. Van Heerden coming back at him, though, onto the back straight, side by side between the 2 polos. And waiting to pick up the pieces will be Ian Walker now that Mocha Rodeo's out of that little battle. So there was a 3-way at one stage here, but now it's just 2 cars fighting hard for the lead, and this time out, it's Van Heerden. Carrying good corner speed into turn 4 and hangs on to the lead only just ahead of Pierluigi Mussolini. Adrian De Beer trying to close that gap down as well, possibly wants to get onto the podium too for Class C honours. What this will do, of course, is also not allow Class A to get into the mix of this fight, which they normally do by the end of a race. But with the safety car, that's not going to happen, because the gaps have closed down again, so it's not going to be as big a gap there. And there won't be enough laps for the lead car in Class A to catch the lead car in Class C, which usually happens in a full race without any breaks in the proceedings. Davy has got away from Monkeys now, looking to close things down as we see Elna Cruiser off track as well. A little bit of issue for one of our lady drivers, just getting it out of shape out of turn number 2. Mitch Kutsia going through on her. This is a good fight. Sam Dell now and Derek Smallberger. Sabertech Polo has had a battle-stricken day. He had a good fight in race number 1 and another good one here in race 2. 2 to go. Masters is under pressure now from Davy van der Merwe, and Davy wants that podium. He is absolutely hauling right now and trying to get through. He's gone side by side with Bevan. Is he good enough on the brakes into turn 2? Last lap, and this could be perfect timing here from Davy. He's on the high side and having to go the long way around turn 2, but he's still got good drive out of that one, and he comes alongside Bevan Masters. On the final lap, can he get through on Bevan Masters and get onto the podium? That'll at least make his day and just change his luck around ever so slightly. Remember, he'll be joining Leighton Free as part of Universal Motorsports team at the Volkswagen Polo Cup round in East London in 2 weeks' time. So this is great track time from him and a lot of experience here with Bevan Masters. He's going to try and squeeze Bevan Masters up to the top of the hill. Oh, this is good. Side by side, who's got what it takes on the brakes? Bevan's late on the brakes. Darby's late as well, and he's sideways out of turn 5. Wing mirror to wing mirror. Oh, they've just touched wheels. This is fantastic stuff. Darby's going to try and hang on to that inside line because he knows the inside line will be the one that he needs down in turn 8. He forces Bevan wide. He's on the inside line now. The winner's going to go to Rory Atkinson. Second place is going to be Wayne. And who's going to come to the line? Is it going to be Davy van der Merwe, or is it going to be Bevan? It is Davy van der Merwe. Just squeezing Bevan Masters out to the line. Brilliant action there between the two of them. His teammate Leighton Free is going to take the win in Class B. So we got 2 Universal cars on the podiums there for Class A and B. One with a win and one with third place right in the closing stages. Stuart Mack comes through for second place. Brilliant stuff from him as well. Here comes Class C up to the top of the hill for the final time. Reiner van Heerden looking for an opportunity to take his first win here in a long time at Zwartkops in Class C for Aussie Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Pierluigi's going to have a go here. He cannot afford not to have a go. Is he good enough on the brakes though? No, Reiner's kept him honest. Van Heerden hangs in, and he's going to take the victory for Class C ahead of Pierluigi Mussolini. And across the line, Ian Walker. Good drive there from him. First podium there for Ian Walker, I would have to say as well. So he'll be happy with that as the flag comes out. And that's the race done and dusted for our second heat of Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge. Well, Shelley Taylor and the whole family at home, if you wanted a great bit of race action to send off Tony Taylor and have a bit of a tribute for him, Posi Drive just gave you 2 phenomenal races just for that. And I'm sure Tony would have loved every bit of that action as well. Atkinson takes the win ahead of Masters, ahead of Darby van der Merwe, and then Bevan Masters, Valdemankies, Derek Smallberger, Sam Dale, and finishing up there, of course, is Chris Dale and Roland Hopkins. It's Leighton Free ahead of Stuart Mack and Charisse van der Merwe in 3rd place for a podium there for the ladies on the day. And that's our Class B competitors. And then, of course, as we just saw come across the line, Reina van Heerden beating out Pierluigi Mussolini and Ian Walker for Class C. That is Posi Drive Volkswagen Challenge done and dusted for the day. They will not be back. We'll be seeing them in the very near future here at Zwartkops. But up next, we head into the second heat of the Car Care Clinic Super Hatch. and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service centre, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars. Back into some more Car Care Clinic action now for Super Hatch. And making their way around now is the Super Hatch competitors Class A, B, and C. Francois Henning will be on pole position for Class A this time with the inverted grid. Vanna Petersen will take Class B's honours. And yes, I know his name is Madadona Mfana, but he's like a virgin, so we'll call him Madonna Mfana for today. This is the first time that he's going to be on pole position for Class C, ahead of Francis Aldrich, Omera Vanek, Shane Forget, and Henny Swanepoel, as they line up now for heat number 2. So it's Henning and Andre Danhauser. Danhauser basically starting almost in the same position he started in race number 1. Hopefully, as you heard from him in his interview, he wants to take on those Hondas and beat them this time in the Opel Corsa from Pro Auto Rubber. The fight is on there. The Hyundai gets behind him, and alongside him is the Volkswagen Polo of Henning. Let's see what's going to happen now. A little bit of a move forward there from Almera Vanek. Just getting himself lined up and ready to go for the lights to go on and off. And starter's orders now. Just waiting for a green flag at the back. On Dunlop tyres. 30-second board is up. That's the fastest 30 seconds you'll ever see in your life. And the light's about to go on now for race 2 of Super Hatch. Drop the hammer and down towards turn 1. Good start from Pro Auto Rubbers and Andre Danhauser as he goes into turn 1, leading things out. Graham Nathan just ahead of Shane Forget, who gets another fantastic start, beating Francis Aldrich down in towards turn 1 in the Opel. And that cadet now moves up nicely. Here comes a big move from Garland, squeezing out and just getting ahead of the Hyundai. So Leonard Archer losing out. It looks like he might lose out to the second of the Hondas into turn 3 as well, as Jonathan DeToy drives around his outside and moves up into 4th place. Archer down into 5th. A little bit of pressure already from Garland onto Henning. But it's Danhauser who leads things out at the front end now and looking for a possibility, as you heard in his interview, for a win here in that Opel Corsa. Madadona Mfana, who was the pole man. You can see the rookie tape out the back of that car. Drops down to... Oh, and Danhauser again! Under braking into turn 5, loops it out and puts it into the kiddie litter. The pressure's on. Pro Auto Rubber, the second mistake coming out of Danhauser. And, oh, I don't know if it was a mistake. It's possibly something there on the circuit because Henny Swanepoel has spun out as well. I wonder if Swanepoel just got caught watching the car coming off the circuit and missed his braking marker. There's a maneuver at the front end there. Possibility of a change up for the lead as Brett Garland goes on the inside of Henning. Francois Henning could be losing out this lead. He has. He's lost out. And here comes second place to Jonathan DeToy as Henning gets demoted down 2 positions in 2 corners. Shane Forget ahead of Vanek, and then it's Aldrich. Late braking from Jonathan DeToy, but now we're going to wait and see whether the Autobahn car, well, Brett Garland can keep DeToy out this time. He battled the last time, had to settle for second. Now it is all about Trans-Africa Racing versus Garland. The Autobahn car versus that red Civic of Jonathan DeToy. How many times we've seen that in this battle happen out on circuit, particularly at Zwartkops. Nathan having a look and just putting some pressure onto Vanna Petersen. There's a big look on Petersen just as the door firmly shut on him. That Car Care Clinic car of Mel Spur that he's piloting today. Looking pretty good at this point in time. Now as they come out of turn 5 again, it's the 2 Hondas as per usual at the front end of Super Hatch Class A. 3rd place Henning. But how much longer can Henning hang on? The pressure's coming there from Leonard Archer in the Getz. And then it's Class B up for grabs between Nathan and Petersen. Nathan looking for a way through there, squeezing that inside line, trying to get a little bit of a better drive onto the main straight to complete another lap. And now looking to slipstream into turn 2. Forget, Vanek, and Aldrich. That's the top 3. Oh, problems there. Angel Feeds Machine, the 62 car. Oh, Vessel Smith, who's gone straight into the wall out of turn 2. Didn't see any double yellows going into turn 2, so I'm concerned about that, but I might have missed them. 1 and 2 cross into turn 4. This is 3, 4, and 5 and 6 overall as Nathan goes into that 5th place. Nathan diving through there and just getting Vanna Petersen on the brakes. Same thing can be said here from Jonathan du Toit's point of view. Garland's going to make him work for it though. Oh, and there's a touch. Garland and du Toit, how many times have we said that? They've touched out of turn 4 or 5 or 6. I don't think there's a part of this track that these two haven't touched cars before. And they're coming back at it now for turn 8. Garland going to be later on the brakes, or is he? Du Toit's going to have to be very good, but it's Garland. Du Toit realized he might run in a bit hot and he just taps the brakes earlier, comes to cut back on him. Didn't quite work out. So a big Honda battle at the front. Polos and a Hyundai Getz fighting for 4, 5, 6 place on track. And Leonard Archer wants that Getz back up onto the podium again. Looking for a way through there on Francois Henning. Henning under pressure now as they go into turn 2. Coming out of turn 2. Look at that. Very tight between the Hyundai Getz and that Polo. So it's a bit of a fight on there. Francois Henning just keeping out the Hyundai Getz for now. And ACD Velkom's Leonard Archer is looking determined. He's got Nathan on his tail and Vanna Petersen looking to pounce as well. Come out of turn 4 up to the top of the hill. This time it's Garland on the high side again and does exactly the same thing. Not as close as what they were in that last pass, but now they're back at it. Colin runs wide, just forcing those Dunlops to work a bit harder, and that's allowed him to slip out of shape and it dropped him down 1 place. And he comes back at du Toit for turn 8. No, tucks in behind him. Very close between the two of them. Archer still in the 4th spot, trying to find a way through there on that Polo. He's got Nathan and Petersen breathing down his neck. That's for Class B honours, remember. 2 Class B cars fighting with 2 Class A cars here. And it's for 3rd to 6th place on track. Now up towards turn 2 they go. Archer pulls out wide, watching for the cutback. A little bit of a lock up there on that back wheel from Archer's point of view. Trying to get on the inside line. He's got good drive. Can he make it stick now on Henning? No, Henning's got better drive as he comes into turn 3. But watch for turn 4. Maybe that little Hyundai can just squeeze out the Polo into turn 4. No, he's not close enough. Another lap. This time Archer goes on the inside. Trying a slightly different line through turn 1. Maybe he can carry some good speed. Line things up there for turn 2. No, not close enough. Once again, locks up that back right. Coming out of turn 2 onto the little straight that goes towards turn 3. Petersen still in it, and Nathan right behind him. When I say behind him, it's behind the battle for 3rd place in Class A. Nathan leading things out in Class B for now. Car Care Clinic and Nathan's Motorsport Polo taking on Petersen. Archer yet again late on the brakes for turn 5 this time. Trying to just find a little gap there between himself and Henning. Francois Henning is keeping him honest. Across the line, top 2. A bit of a gap now opened up between du Toit and Garland. He has a move. Archer on the inside. Oh, he had a big look. Andre Danhauser slowly but surely starting to close onto the back end of that pack now as they're starting to slow each other down. It might give Danhauser another sniff there. A couple more laps to go. He might still be able to bridge the gap there to these 4. 2 to go in this one. Very, very close action between these 4 cars. Here comes a move from Nathan. Had a look. Archer saw him coming, shut the door. Graham Nathan would love to have a bit of breathing room between himself and Vanna Petersen for Class B honours. Particularly in the Car Care Clinic Nathan's Motorsport Polo. As they come through, nice drive here from Nathan as he heads up the hill. See Archer looking a little bit more determined. He realizes only a lap and a half to go. He's going to have to make a move. Here it comes. Archer out of shape. Oh, and he backs it into turn 5. Had a big look, spun out, and went into turn 5 backwards. He gets back on track, and Henning went off with him. So that is Class A, 3rd place now to Andre Danhauser. Danhauser has capitalized on a mistake there from Leonard Archer, and Henning's going to be kicking Archer for that. He didn't expect that, that's for sure. So 3rd place overall is now Nathan. Peterson's 4th place overall, but that's 1st and 2nd in Class B. That is 3rd in Class A. The Forget's Auto and Pro Auto Rubber Opel Corsa with a lap to go. So Andre Danhauser being gifted 3rd place there by Leonard Archer, who had to have a go. And had a big look and unfortunately locked up and then got out of shape and took 2 cars out, himself and Francois Henning in the Polo. So it's Danhauser up to 3rd now. Sure, he was very lucky to survive. That was Andre Danhauser. So it's Jonathan du Toit looking for another victory here in Class A. In 2nd place will be Brett Garland. He's going to have to settle for 2nd here. He didn't have an answer to the Trans-Africa Racing Honda Civic. Checkered flags out, and it's another win there to Jonathan du Toit, beating his arch rival Brett Garland to the line. Honda's 1 and 2. Autobahn Honda. Opel Corsa. So it's Honda, Opel Corsa for Class A. It's Polo, and Honda Civic for Class B. And then we had an incredible drive in the Volkswagen Polo. The Opel Kadett of Shane Forget, beating out the Polo and the Opel Corsa in Class C. That is Car Care Clinic Super Hatch done for the day. There, have a look at this. There's the replay. Leonard Archer just came in there way too hot. He just clipped the front end, as you can see Francois Henning turning in to take his normal line. But Archer was too late on the brakes, and it caught both cars out, which dropped them out of contention and also off the podium. And that's how they do it in Super Hatch. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one. Alright, so from Super Hatch, we're now heading, of course, into the next part of the proceedings. And of that, it's the DOE Formula Vs who'll be waiting down in Park Fermé. There's the unofficial results of Super Hatch. Class A to Jonathan du Toit, Brett Garland and Graham Nathan taking 3rd overall, but it was actually Andre Danhauser down in 5th place who got the 3rd place in Class A. 3rd and 4th overall, but 1st and 2nd in Class B, Nathan and Peterson. And a good drive from them to finish up 3rd and 4th overall. Class C went to Shane Forget ahead of Almero Vanek and Francis Aldrich. And our pole man, as I said, Madonna Mfana was like a virgin on the front row, so we'll call him Madonna Mfana for today. Hope you enjoyed all that Super Hatch action. Up next, Car Care Clinic is a nationwide auto service and repair centre. Our fully trained and qualified technicians are standing by to care for your car. So as you can see, there's our top 2 in Class A down in the Park Fermé area. And I'm sure we're going to try and catch up with them if we can. And we're also going to be looking to get hold of Graham Nathan for the win in Class B as well. As soon as they are ready, we'll head down to Park Fermé and give you those interviews with them, with DOE Formula V about to make their way onto the circuit. But we got Graham Nathan standing by. Oh, not yet. He's almost there. He's a big guy. It takes him a while to get out the car. So we're going to head down to Park Fermé to catch up with Graham Nathan now, down in the Park Fermé with his win in Class B for Car Care Clinic Super Hatch.
How was that Dasset in Mel's borrowed car?
Oh, that was amazing. That was a really nice scrap. We were myself and Peterson were in the race with Class A at the moment, and yeah, we were just sitting there watching the inside, outside. Eventually, they made a mistake ahead of us, and we ended up, I think, third and fourth on the road in class in the overall.
Oh, well done, Graham.
That was very lucky. Millie, now it's your turn, chick.
It certainly is, Graham Nathan. We can't wait for Melsbo to get back behind the wheel of her car, and that will be in the very near future. Of course, it's her birthday month, so she'll be itching to get behind the wheel of that race car. It's next weekend, I think, is her birthday on the Saturday, so we'll try and do a little bit of a wish of a birthday there as well on our coverage down at the Endurance Series. But, of course, early birthday wishes from everybody here at the regional side of Extreme Festival, and they're straight up from Graham Nathan in her seat of her car today. That was Class B's Graham Nathan. And as you can see, the wind picking up in the background. Still some windy issues to be sorted out today. Let's go back to Park for May and pick up with Brett Garland and Jonathan DeToy.
Wheel arch to wheel arch.
Alrighty, Brett, second place for the day. Talk me through your race there. How was it?
No, it was good. I managed to, after I think the first lap, John and I managed to get to the lead. But Jono was on me the whole time, and I think it was about 2 or 3 laps later, up in turn 5, Jono managed to get past me. But to be fair, Jono drove an awesome drive.
And Jono, double on the day. You're going to be stuck with that, eh?
Yeah, very happy. I mean, after last time out when Brett beat me, we've done a bit of work to the car to just, got to make sure we stay ahead. So it was going well today. Brett made 1 or 2, got it into a slide once or twice, and I think that's what gave me the run up the hill. Just then once I was past, I had to put my head down and try and get away.
Awesome job. Thanks, guys, for always putting on a great show.
Thank you. DOE Formula V, and a tribute to Ben Pienaar, stalwart of Formula V's this weekend, with a massive field of 24 cars coming out to do a little bit of justice there to the man who lost his fight against COVID in the lockdown period. So we wish all his family and friends all the very best from the Extreme Festival and from our coverage as well. It's great to have both Denver Pienaar and Albertine Pienaar out there as part of today's proceedings, and we would have seen earlier on we did some nice tributes for Ben as well, as he got his honorary lifetime membership. Jaco Schricks and Lionel Janssen will make up the front row of the grid for this time out, and Gert van den Berg will have Marcel Blichnout and Theo Vermaak make up the 5th row of the grid. Then behind them will be Carl Watt and Jean-Ro Leroux, Sim Grobler and Roy Douglas, Gianni Geisa and Josef Kotza. And then you've got David Austin and Blaine de Melon. Behind them, Peter Hills and Clinton Kane, Andre Leroux, Denver Pienaar, and the final row of the grid is Brandon Hills and Albertine Pienaar. So watch out for Brandon Hills coming through the pack as well from the back. He had a bit of a battle-scarred car in the first heat with nose cone going missing after we saw the 53 car of Roy Douglas end up in the kiddie litter and the need for a safety car. Hopefully we don't need a safety car in the second heat. Looks like they're in 6th place. We've got a car missing. That's Short van der Linde. Yeah, the Eddie Irvine car. Tinkerbell is not there. And looks like they're in about 8th place as well, or 9th place. Also another car missing, Marcel Blichnout. Lights off when we're racing though. Down towards turn 1 is it going to be Jaco Schricks who got the whole shot. Tries to hang on to the front end for a little while at least. Ooh, inside line there for Kotza. To just take evasive action as a couple of guys went on the high side. Late braking into turn 2, and everybody seems to have got through there relatively unscathed. No one off track at this point in time. Still some smoke coming out of Vaughan Hills' car. Look at Brandon Hills already making his way through there on Carl Watt, having to take evasive action as they came out of turn 2, as Brandon Hills chops and changes, tries to get through as quickly as possible to the front end, having to start right at the back of the pack. Gets through and finds a way past on Roy Douglas, our spinner from race 1.
It is Schricks ahead of Van der Bach as they get to the top of the hill. What has happened to Lionel Janssen? He's in third. Lionel Janssen just battling to get off the line there. And then it's Lucien Ramchanda and MD Bester. Vaughan Hills, and then behind that looks like it's Henk van der Bach. So a good start there from the front pack of the field. And then the mid pack also starting to sort things out. Brandon Hills has made his way up, possibly into about 10th place there overall. And that'll be 14 cars in the first lap. That's a pretty decent effort. 9 laps to go and still lots of action in Formula V. We've seen it all race season long last year and this year. And even with the lockdown scenario, they still don't hold back in terms of the race action that these guys can provide. And they come out of turn 2. Lionel Janssen in the Bull security car looking for a way to close in and get past on Gert van der Bach, race 1 winner. Jaco Schricks did mention the fact he was feeling a little bit rusty, but still able to run at the front end when he needs to. How long can he soak up that pressure from the 2 cars behind him? Sim Krobler's now got Brandon Hills on his tail. Yanni Geyser fighting hard there as well now, with a few cars further back in the pack there. It looks like David Austin was fighting hard with him. Change up for the lead though. Gert van der Bach diving through. Gets ahead of Jaco Schricks. Schricks now assumes 2nd place, and a bit of work to be done now between the 2 of them. See if he can get back to the front end of the field. And you can see Lionel Janssen looking to pounce if he can. MD then sideways there. I think that might have been the number 10 car. Yes, it is. Albertine Pinar just getting a little bit out of shape out of turn 2, but getting back on track very quickly. Ramchanda closes things down, trying to return the favour now on Henk van der Bach. Henk finding a way through there on Ramchanda, and Ramchanda realizes that there are 2 very quick cars closing down on him. That's why he wants to get back ahead of Henk van der Bach and allow them to put the pressure onto him, not onto himself. So Henk now under pressure from Ramchanda and the 2 Hills boys. Brandon Hills seems to have a great turn of pace, and there's a problem there on Ramchanda's car. You don't pass Lucien Ramchanda that easily. Definitely a bit of an issue there for Ramchanda, as Brandon Hills finds a way past, and looks like Peter's going to go on the inside of turn 2. Yeah, so look, didn't quite make it stick though. MD Bester, Vaughan Hills, Henk van der Bach, Brandon Hills, Lucien Ramchanda, Peter Hills, as they come into turn 4. Roy Douglas this time staying on track. And just ahead of Carl Watt by the looks of things. So they're certainly hunting now on the front end there. Trying to get up as rapidly as possible. Change up there between Roy Douglas and Watt. Watt's got through. MD Bester just controlling things as well. Trying to maintain a bit of pace there to just stay in that 4th spot all by himself. A little bit of sunshine for the first time today as well as they went into turn 1. Relatively miserable day here in Zwartkops. It's cool conditions. Cool to cold conditions, in fact, here at Zwartkops. Schricks using some very high and fast lines through turn 4. He has to, because Lionel Janssen seems to be up for it, and there you go. Janssen diving through in the Bull security car, up in a second, but Schricks tries to come straight back at him. Giving way to the 2 championship contenders there, Schricks and Van der Bach. Schricks and giving way to the 2 contenders in Lionel Janssen and Gert van der Bach. But remember, Jaco Schricks has taken multiple championships in his own right here in Formula V's in his career. Brandon Hill still keeping out Ramchanda. Peter Hills hasn't found a way through there on Lucien Ramchanda just yet, and he's going to have to be very wary, because it looks like Henk van der Bach is up for the challenge again to go back and retake that position away from Peter Hills. Into the back straight yet again. There's MD. That's the gap he's got over Brandon Hills now. Lucian Ramchanda, Peter Hills, Henk van der Berg. Theo Vermaak under a bit of pressure as well from Sim Krobler in the background. Thornhill seems to have a bit of an issue, and I think maybe that smoke has eventually caught him out. He's had a smoking car all the way through race number 1. Maybe something's given up the ghost there. Whoa! Straight on! That's Theo Vermaak. Very lucky the tyre barrier was there, but Theo Vermaak went straight on at turn 5. It's a pity that we've lost him there. He was looking pretty good. Lionel Janssen now in second place, looking to try and close that gap down on Gert van den Berg. Has he got enough time to do it? Into the back straight away come the top 3. Jacco Schricks maybe looking to just spoil the day there for Lionel Janssen. Platty hanging on for the lead. So it's a bit of a fight on here between Schricks and Janssen. Janssen's trying to get away from Schricks so they can close that gap down, but having to go defensive on Schricks might be costing him a little bit of time in his ability to close things down on Gert van den Berg, who leads things out. Carl Watt now under a bit of pressure. That's Lucian Ramchanda. I said Ramchanda had a bit of a problem. He's dropped right back behind Carl Watt. So Ramchanda now down possibly into about 11th or 12th place. That's not ideal for the return of the man with the number 1 plate. Two to go by the looks of things. Ramchanda into pit lane on the last lap. Last lap now. So let's see if Schricks can put a bit of a spanner in the works here with some back markers to negotiate. So there's still 2 to go. Still 2.5 to go. Sorry, apologies on that one. It's a 10-lap race. Coming to get 2 to go now. Cat goes around the outside, trying to find a way as easily as possible. Not to spoil anybody's race day and also not to spoil his own. Schricks going to cut back. Try and squeeze out Andre De La Rue. He does so. LaRue just getting demoted down a couple of positions and a lap as well by the 2 and 3 leaders in this race. Lionel Janssen closing in on Van der Berg. It's on now. He realizes that the race is now into the closing stages with 2 to go. They've had a good tribute here to Ben Pienaar, and the race action has been as good as what we normally see in Formula V. 1-1-2 there, unfortunately just getting in the way. Marcel Bluchnoot of Lionel Janssen. Yanni Geyser will lose out a little bit of position as well. He was right there with Bluchnoot, but with the leaders coming through, that little dice there between the 2 of them for 12th place has just been hindered slightly. Schricks onto the back end of Lionel Janssen again, and looking to maybe pounce here into the last lap. It is last lap time coming up. The final time. Gert van den Berg goes defensive almost instantaneously. Look at that, blue flag waving, and it's going to be Gert van den Berg with Lionel Janssen on his outside. Janssen going to try and drive around the outside and comes up. He's going to have off spot. Brandon Hills once again from the back of the field to 5th again. And Peter Hills in 6th place this time, filling up. Sim Krobler and Watt going at it across the line as well. Krobler will just win that one out. And Carl Watt will finish up in 10th place. What a turnaround there for him. Remember the last time Carl Watt was at Zwartkops, he ended up high flying on the right hand side of where he is right now and cut right across the circuit with some aerial material coming out of the DOE Formula V. Flags are out all the way through. Roy Douglas taking position there just ahead of Albertine Pienaar, and then it was Yanni Geyser coming through, just beating out the number 13 car there. So some great action as David Austin finished it up. There you have it. Van der Berg from Janssen and Schricks, your top three. MD Bester with Brandon Hills and Peter Hills. Henk van der Berg, Jean-Ro Leroux ahead of Sim Krobler and Carl Watcher, top 10. Douglas Pinar, Geyser Austin and Yusuf Kotzer making up the top 15 in the DOE Formula Vs. Hope you enjoyed all that single-seater action here from the Extreme Festival at Zwartkops. Up next we go into Silver Cup for their second heat of the day. That's always nice to see after a great dice. Guys getting out of their cars and walking up with high fives all around. And of course, those are the top two competitors today. And they'll be taking overall honours as well between themselves there. Yeah, Kashrik's making a welcome return. Great to have him back. I like that. Welcome back on the side of the car. He was certainly in the mix there, showing that he hasn't lost it too badly. Maybe a little bit rusty, but he probably did. I think that was all done with duct tape, hey? That's quite nice. If you can't fix a race car with duct tape and zip ties. So there you have it. Our Formula V's second heat of the day, all sorted out. We'll catch up with them in a few seconds' time. And standing by for Silver Cup. So down in the Park for May area, we're going to catch up with Lendl Janssen after a great dice in race 2.
Lendl, that was quite a race there, and you almost tried to make a move there on Gert, but it didn't stick.
Yeah, I think maybe a lap or two more would have worked well, and also the back markers played a role over there. But yeah, it was a fun race between the top three guys. Very clean, very tight. Yeah, much respect. And yeah, well done to Gertjie.
Quite a different change from the last race you had, yeah, where you and Greg took each other out.
You bringing that up now? Yeah, no, it wasn't my best moment, but yeah, we move on.
Awesome, well done.
Thanks a lot, sir.
So we got Gert van den Berg down in Park for May with Claudio as well.
Gert van den Berg, another double. You've got to be stoked with that.
Yeah, awesome for the championship. And this time a much nicer race, lekker race. So had a good fight with Jaco and Lendl. And that's the way we want to do it. So yeah, this one's for Ben and for Kevin. I think we want to make sure that we give it up to them. And yeah, they made a difference to the category, and we're going to really miss them. So
championship's
thanks.
looking quite good now.
Yeah, championship's looking quite good, but like they say, it's not over till the fat lady sings. So let's see. We'll have to wait and see.
You're looking forward to putting a number one on that car instead of a number 2.
Yeah, for once, I think it's about time again. So I think there's about 4 number 2s on it. So that's that's good enough. So
Awesome
let's
job.
see.
Well done, man.
Thanks, Lado.
Race 2 now of Silver Cup making their way onto the circuit. And nice to see these guys back in action with a big field of 25 competitors. Mix up of space frames and saloon cars. A couple of sports cars thrown into the mix as well. And of course, long-standing championship in the northern regions here is Silver Cup. So great to have them back here again. Cyril Jacobs will be looking to take on, of course, race 1 winner Ishmael Peck. Hopefully better him this time out. Let's see if he's able to do anything about that very fast little Lotus 7 of Ishmael Peck. Kevin Painter's back in the house as well. Good to have him back on track. Nice to see that car back on the circuit. And of course, as you can see, a wide array of vehicles, from Volkswagen Corrados and Opel Tigras to Peugeots and Polos, Lotus 7, Honda Ballards and Honda Civics, Golf 1s, Golf 2s, Jetta 2s, Alfa Giuliettas, and even all the way down to the Audi A3. And of course, watch out for that Brent Henshaw machine as well, the Toyota Celica. Here's a little spinner. X33. There's Everett Seifert Jr. RX8 space frame. Didn't quite get that according to plan though. He should be a bit higher up than where he is as well in terms of his grid position, because he should be in 4th place overall. I don't know if he's going to be able to get up there now. He's quite a long way back. Just ahead there of the Celica of Henshaw. Grid says he should be in 4th, but he's down in 2nd last, so not quite sure what went wrong there. Gilbert Brummer trying to get some heat into that rubber as well. It's going to be a Jacobs lockout on the front row. Cyril and Marius side by side. To 7 is Ishmael Peck, race 1 winner. Can he do this twice today? We'll wait and see. Sheldon Luck is back again, looking for Paul Verios for another podium in his category. Maybe even a win if he can keep out Everett Seifert Jr. in the 33 RX8. Race number 1 to get through, and actually hole-shotted into turn 2. He was the man to beat off the line. Let's see if he's the same man now in race 2. Rev starting to pick up. Not quite sure what's gone wrong here. Yeah, Schultz Swanepoel, our COC, moving on to the track there, having a quick chat with Marius Jacobs. Maybe saying there's a problem with the lights, and he's probably saying keep an eye for the flag. That's all I can assume with him, with the green flag going onto the track. Maybe there is an issue, we'll wait and see. Under starter's orders now. Okay, the lights are working, so I'm not quite sure what the problem there was. But anyway, let's go. We're racing. Jacobs versus Jacobs. Good start once again from Dirk Lawrence in the Honda Ballard, but a great start from Dewald Brummer. Brummer goes in between the space frames and down towards turn 1. I think he might have just got through there in the lead as the rest of the pack come flying through. Third ahead of Brummer. Brummer under attack from Draper. Peck to 2nd. Jacobs with some issues by the looks of things. Marius Jacobs under attack now from Rian Draper and from Dewald Brummer. Brummer on the inside, looking for a way down the hill now. This maybe just squeeze through there on Marius Jacobs, who looks to return the favour on Ishmael Peck. Brummer trying to keep out Draper. And you've got the rest of the pack coming through there. Kevin Painter, side of the circuit. Tony Sharp closing in on the back end as well now of Ibrahim Peck. As the Alpha's got there, a little bit of battle scars there on the front end of Marius Jacobs. Looks like a little bit of poly filler and some duct tape that's keeping the front end of that splitter sorted. Corrado versus Lotus 7 versus Opel Tigra powered by Nissan. And then the space frames just leaving things out over Dewald Brummer and a Zoic panel beaters machine there of Dirk Lawrence. That JDM tuning car has had an absolutely amazing lifetime as a race car. Peck just squeezing out and getting through on Dupria. Dupria now under attack from the 113 of Wayne Pereira. And Pereira now starting to close things down. It's Kevin Painter. Oh, problems here for Marius Jacobs. Looks like he's lost the wheel. Or something's gone wrong on the inside right of that car. His hand is up and he's gesticulating that there is an issue. Maybe just a puncture. Yeah. Flat front right. Game over there for Marius Jacobs. He'll have to wait right there, or possibly wait until it's a clear to get across into pit lane. But Rian Draper now with some pressure from Brummer. Brummer's got his own pressure being supplied by Dirk Lawrence. Three-way fight coming out of turn number 7 down towards turn 8. Brummer's going to be good on the brakes here. Can he be good enough to get through? No, he can't. Draper keeps him honest. Dirk Lawrence looking to pick up the pieces between those two. And it's Pereira. Lichnote Senior. Wayne Brown, and then behind them it's the hard-charging 46 car of Theo Brousseau. So trying to just bridge that gap slightly. This is what it's all about at the front end of this little fight. Brummer now trying to get through on Draper. Draper shuts the door on him again. Dirk Lawrence looking to pounce though. Something goes wrong. Dupree's with him as well. 2 space frames and 2 saloon cars at each other's throats. And Dirk Lawrence capitalizes nicely there from a small mistake from Brummer, opening up the door. Allows the Honda through. More action to come now as they go down towards turn 8, G&H Transport Corner, and big look on the inside there from Dirk Lawrence. Big look, but couldn't quite make it stick. Rian Draper in the 15 car leads this little battle out. Here comes, good move again from Dirk Lawrence. Slowly but surely making his way through the field, as well as the X33 car. The paint wagon audio machine of Kevin Painter. About to be caught and passed now by X33 Effort Safert Jr. That RX-8 space frame got a real good turn of pace, but starting so far back, he's had to work through the field rapidly. Dupree looking on the inside of Brummer. Couldn't quite make it stick though. He had a big look there. Compromise his drive slightly up the hill. Leonard Archer with some problems on the I-20. He pulls in. Probably going to go and try and get that car sorted out, because he'll be back in action if he can get it sorted out later on in the final heat of the day for Car Care Clinics, 111 Sports and Saloons, and the GT Sports. Corrado in second now. Peck disappearing at the front as he did in the first heat. No answer coming from Cyril Jacobs. Ishmael Peck just dominating yet again. Good little fight as well here. Paul Verios, there we go. Just for you, Sheldon. Bit of a fight on here between Verios and the Audi A3. Jean Otto fighting hard at the moment with Verios. Wide there from the Audi might give Verios a chance. Safer Junior on the inside, getting through and ahead of Brousseau. Painter being closed down as well. Halfway stage now. Just completed lap 6 of 10. So 4 to go for these guys. Peck doing it all right at the front. Golf 1 versus Jetta 2. Oh, the Audi's on the sideline as well. Just picked up on John Otto's Audi A3 out of that one. So that'll mean Verios will be on his own. Here's a move from Brummer, trying to get through on Draper. Either just controlling things from the front end. RX-8 space frame. Effort Safert Jr. Closing on Brown. Another lap down. 3 to go now for our leader. As he comes up onto the back end of the battle there between the 77 of Carl Malherbe and that Jetta. And 209. The latter part of this race, a little bit of issues there for Jacobs. He won't give it up without a fight. Ooh, and out of shape, that's Brummer. Brummer gets it completely locked up out of turn 4 and through the kitty litter. Very lucky to survive that. And he might be able to get back on track, but I think he was just pushing too hard to try and find a way through there on Rian Draper, and maybe just made a small mistake into turn 4. Here comes the move for second place. Dirk Lawrence easily done in the end, getting through on Cyril Jacobs, who's got a bit of a problem. Rian Draper will possibly see that up the road and try to close him down as well. So it's Dirk Lawrence up to second place now in the JDM tuning, and Zoic panel beaters Honda Ballard. Jacobs drops back down by the wayside here. That's definitely not where Cyril wants to be. He knows how good that Volkswagen Corrado is. It just seems to be a little bit of issue there for him. And a little niggle into the latter part of the race. Draper's coming. And so is Seifert. Effort Seifert Jr. coming along for the ride as well. Closing in on Draper and on the Corrado of Cyril Jacobs. Having to come from second last in this field of 25 drivers. Could possibly get him up into second place. He spun out on the warm-up lap with some cold tyres, but those tyres are now up to temperature, that's for sure. And working really well for the Cable Solutions RX-8. Draper is going to have to go defensive now at every opportunity. Into the closing stages now for these guys, and Ishmael Peck doing it all right at the front end for a Class A plus victory and possible overall win for the day as well. Dirk Lawrence has moved his Class A JDM tuning Ballard up into second, and will possibly take Class A overall for the day as well. Jacobs just hangs on. Seifert Jr. comes through there for the 5 spot. Brilliant stuff in the end. It was Neo Funavalt who ran a little bit wide coming down the hill, as the rest of the pack come through the finish line and complete race 2 of Silver Cup. Good to see Kevin Painter back behind the wheel of a race car. Good possibility that he may have finished up as the winner of Class C. He has indeed. So Kevin Painter in the Paint Wagon Audio Honda Ballard comes through there for the win in Class C. Nice welcome return to racing there for Kevin Painter. So it's Peck ahead of Cyril Jacobs and Andries de Prier for Class A+. Class A will go to Dirk Lawrence ahead of Dwayne Brown and John Otto, if he does get classified. And Class B plus will goes to Rian Draper. Class B goes to Wayne Pereira. Class C to Kevin Painter. And Class X will go to Efforts Seifert Jr. Silver Cup done and dusted for the day. That's their racing all sorted for today's action at the Extreme Festival. And of course up next we're going to be heading into a bit of more action, and the final bit of action from the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. And then it's Thunder Saloons and Sports, and finally Car Care Clinic, 111 and the GT Sports and Saloons. So heading down to Park Fermé to catch up with Dirk Lawrence after a phenomenal outing there in the JDM Tuning Honda.
Dirk, took me through your race. How was it out there?
Fantastic.
In the first race I made a mistake and I jump started. I had to start 8th and I'm not sure where I ended, but I had a hell of a lot of fun.
Your Honda seems to be on rails this weekend.
It's been good, eh? It's good to have Silver Cup back. We've got the good numbers. Let's hope we can go forward with these numbers and looking forward to a lot more racing.
Awesome job, well done. Well done.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Third and final heat of GNH Transport Extreme Supercars make their way out into the circuit now. And looking forward to seeing whether Michael Patamba and Charles Oranges will try and share the honours, or are we going to see Ben Morgenroot possibly spoil the day and make it 3 different winners on the day. That would be a real nice way to finish up. But I know that chatting to Michael Patamba, he's fired up after his first victory ever in Extreme Supercars and wants to go and get a back-to-back one if possible. Thanks, Johan Kranau, joining us all the way from Thailand. So we've had Thailand, New Zealand, Australia, the United States of America, Scotland, Ireland, And a couple of guys jumped in as well from Austria during our live stream today too. So much appreciated to everybody who's following us from all around the world, catching up on the reopening of motorsport here in South Africa at the Extreme Festival Regionals here at Zwartkops International Raceway, the arena of motorsport just west of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. It's great to see that first ever win from Mikel Patamba as well. He's pretty stoked about that, as you can see, after the duties in 2 weeks' time at the East London Grand Prix circuit for Volkswagen Super Cup as part of Global Touring Cars as well. So lots of work to be done for the youngster, and this is all boding well for his race career as he goes at it with some of the best in the country. Charles Laranges in the Lamborghini Gallardo will lead things out. He's got Patamba alongside him. Then it'll be Exo and Jonathan Dutoy on the second row. So Lila in the McLaren 430 Ferrari. Then it's the Super Trofeo of Ricky Giannaccaro, Porsche 997 GT3, Cup car of Ant Blunden, ahead of the Audi R8 of Marius Action Jackson, Z4 BMW, M4 BMW, Z4 BMW, 996 Porsche, and the second of the Lamborghini Trofeos at the back with Gianni John to get these cars up to temperature and up to the tires up to temperature as well. Trying to pick up from our camera crew if we can pick up any issues on the circuit. Information being fed to the drivers but not to us up here in our studio, so we'll just wait and see what the issue is. All being sent possibly back into pit lane. I'm not quite sure why. The gesticulation there from our COC said maybe make their way back to pit lane. Let's have a look and see now what the issue could possibly be. So the flags have all gone around the circuit, so there's no red flags flying at any other part of the circuit. Maybe they just needed an additional lap. No, there's definitely still a red flag. And they're being sent back into pit lane. So I'm not quite sure what the issue is here. And what the issue possibly be. But all of the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars being sent back into pit lane. See what the problem is. As soon as we get information, we'll pass that on to you, of course. They're being sent all the way back down into the pre-race area as well. They're not even stopping them in the pit lane. So as soon as we get information, I can pass it on to you, but we want to ask race control possibly what the problem is. Timing seems to be up, so I don't know if it's a timing problem. They seem to be up and running here. We have it a couple of times that the timing is frozen, but they continue to time no matter what. Information being fed to us now from race control is that we are running slightly ahead of the scheduled program start for Heat 3, and a couple of guys that are still fixing cars haven't been able to that ample time to get their cars sorted out because we are running early. I would have to say possibly Ben Morganhout could be one of those cars who's made that call because of the issue that he's had on his car to get it out and ready in time. And we are running early, so that's potentially what the issue is. That's the reason for the cars having to be brought back into the pre-race area. Well, we'll wait and see what's going to happen as soon as those cars are back on track. We'll come back with some race action here from Zwartkops. Seconds out, and round number 2 now for heat number 3, as we had a little bit of a delayed start for heat 3 of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Ben Morgenroot is now ready to rock and roll, and he's back on track. And he should be up alongside Zolile Letlaka on the second row of the grid, having mended a slightly damaged Toyota Lexus from the Morgenroot Ford and Mazda stable. There it is, getting side to side, trying to get some heat into those big Goodyears. He'll definitely be up for the challenge, taking on some of the best supercar drivers in the country. A man just ahead of him who's taken his first victory ever in supercars, Mikhail Patamba. Charles Orangi's looking for a double of 2 of 3, that would be for him. And remember, as I said, both Mikhail Patamba and Charles Orangi's using this weekend to get some valuable seat time. EXO the same thing for next weekend. And looking forward to seeing where they go at the SAGTRA and SAES series in PE. And then, of course, 2 weeks' time, we've got big action down at the East London Grand Prix circuit with the next round of the National Extreme Festival making its way to the fastest track in the country. And eventually finds his way to the position he's supposed to be, behind Mikkel. And now under starters orders for race 3 of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. 10 laps coming away. Here we go. Nice drop off the line there for Mikhail Patamba. He's on the inside line of Charles Orangi's. And then you can see Gianni Giannacaro making his way from the back of the pack through the 2 Z4s, putting himself between those 2 Z4s into turn 2. Patamba from Orangi's. And you've got Morgenroot from EXO and Dutoy already putting the pressure onto Letlaka as they come out of turn 2. Round the outside comes Ricky Giannacaro, trying to put the Lamborghini Super Trofeo in between the McLaren and the 430 Ferrari. It's Marius Action Jackson behind that with Blunden on his tail. Then you've got Jimbo Giannacaro, Gianni Giannacaro, and the third of the G&H Transport BMWs there, with Ulisana behind the wheel of that car. Late braking coming out of Dutoy as he closes things down now on Zulile Letlaka right in the early stages of this race. You can see the sun has come out, but the temperature has dropped rapidly. 2 races ago we were at 17 degrees Celsius. We're now sitting at 10 degrees Celsius. Real feel of about 8 degrees Celsius now. So cool, cold conditions for racing, which is not ideal for rubber. The tyres will be taking big strain out there with the cold track conditions. Just looking for as much grip as possible in these very trying and cold conditions on track. Great for the engines, great for the driver behind the wheel in the cockpit, but not ideal to get the working part of the car onto the track. So there's your top 2, and that's the gap they've already pulled out over Ben Morgenroot in third. Morgenroot, as I said, number 1 behind EXO. Ben Morgenroot under pressure from Jonathan Dutoy. Soaking that pressure up for now, but how much longer can he fend off the Silver Dream racer from Trans Africa Racing? EXO closes in on the Ferrari as well, under braking for turn 4 in the McLaren. That 650S McLaren is a very nimble little car. And EXO certainly getting better and better behind the wheel of it every single time he climbs into the race seat. Ricky Giannacaro pulling a little bit of a margin over Blunden. Blunden doing the same thing to Gianni. The meet in the sandwich between the Giannacaro boys. Morgenroot still hangs on ahead of Dutoy. Gianni starting to close onto the back end of Van Blunden. Jackson with Jimbo behind him. Jimbo Giannacaro in that M4 BMW, brand new race car to that stable. Only about the 4th time it's been out on track, so we've certainly done some development on that M4 to give Jimbo a contender. And BISC colours on that machine. Third of the logistics companies that, of course, that fall under the G&H Transport brand. Through turn 3 and onto the back straight away. Ricky under pressure from Blunden and from Gianni. They've definitely closed that gap down rapidly. Willie Sana at the back and Oliver DeLay just behind him. Up to the top of the hill now. M4 versus R8. M4 BMW closed rapidly onto the back end of Marius Jackson. Sana hanging in now. Change up between the Lamborghinis and the Porsche. Blunden's through. And Blunden has found a way through there on Ricky Jonakara, and Gianni's coming along for the ride as well. Oh, and a change up as well as we see DeToy squeezing Morganroot out into turn 2. Ben Morganroot trying to come back at Jonathan DeToy now as they come through. And he just gets ahead. I think that's a case of there's no replacement for displacement there. A bit of extra oomph coming out of the Toyota Lexus of Ben Morganroot, but now the ability of the Ferrari comes into play, and the McLaren. There's Exos into the battle too. So it's Ranfontein panel beaters and Ben Morganroot Auto and a Toyota Lexus taking on Trans Africa Racing's Jonathan DeToy in a 430 Ferrari, 4.3 litre V8. Probably a 5 litre V8 in Morganroot's machine, and then it's the 650S on their tail. The 650 GTS, absolutely amazing little car. And Exo getting better and better every time he climbs behind the wheel, as I mentioned earlier on, and he's now putting the pressure onto DeToy. Clucker. Oh, DeToy realizes it, goes defensive. It's not something you see out of Jonathan DeToy unless there's a bit of an issue on the car where he has to go early on the defensive to keep out Zolile. Zolile was getting good drive out of turn 2 and 3, and I think Jonathan DeToy realized that and shut the door early. Stradale Motorsport into Africa Mining and Daytona Group. McLaren becoming a bit of a threat there to Jonathan DeToy, and it's allowing Ben Morganroot to get away. DeToy going defensive is allowing Morganroot to pull away from the both of them. And behind that, it's the Jonakara boys just behind and Blunden. Coming out of turn 2 now. And the loud pedal up the gearbox. And into the back straight away again. The clucker. Ooh, it's on between the leaders as well. Mikhail Tamba taking on the Paget Racing and Stradale Motorsport Gallardo Lamborghini of Charles Arangis. Arangis under a bit of threat here, that is for sure. And Patamba, as I said, oh, Zolile gets a little bit sideways and a big flame out of that Daytona. Can he get it started up? He's stuck in the middle of turn 5 and 6. Looks like he might have got it fired up again. Evasive action being taken by a couple of cars. And I wonder if that could be a possibility of a safety car. If he doesn't get that Lamborghini, that McLaren fired up, it could be a very good possibility of a safety car. You could see how hard he was trying to get through there on Jonathan DeToy. And he may have made a small mistake. He eventually gets it fired up. Or does he? No, doesn't quite. Just waiting to see if he can get it going. Staying under yellow for now. There go the two leaders. His teammate Charles Arangis and Mikhail Patamba. They're into lap 8 of 10. There's a good possibility that we may have to get a safety car out there if they can't get that McLaren out of the way. Most of the field have passed him. And there he goes. He's got going again. So he's out of harm's way now, fortunately. So possibility of the safety car will probably be retracted now. He's still got a lap or so to go. 2 laps, I would say, to go for him, as the leaders have passed him. So Ben Morgan is going to close in now. There go the top 2 onto the back straight. Mikhail Patamba trying to close down, find a way through there on Charles Arangis again. Patamba's 458 seems to have the legs, but the Lamborghini And the placement of that Lamborghini by Charles Arangis is making it very difficult for the youngster to find a way past. This time he squeezes on the inside of turn number 6. As the door firmly shut in his face with a lap and a half to go. Watch for the dive onto turn 8. Going to be involved in. I think Ollie DeLay will also realize that too as well, because he picks up the podium and he also gets the victory in Class A Plus there for the Morgan Root and Randfontein panel beaters. Toyota Lexus. Chance Africa Racing's Jonathan Dutoy will take Class A. Class B will go to the results. TT3s 1, 2 and 3 is Charles Arangis, Mikael Patamba and Gianni Giannacara. A Plus goes to Ben Morgan Root. Class A goes to Dutoy. Class B goes to Blunden. And it's Marius Jackson, Jimmy Giannacara and Oliver DeLay for the top 3 in C. Class D goes to Ulisana. And that's how we finish things up for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Up next, we're going into the Thunder Saloons and Sports Cars. So after our incredible outing for G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, let's catch up with Jimbo Giannacara after a good day in the saddle in his M4 BMW.
How's the new car going? Today is better than last race. It's going a lot better. Still a couple of things have to be done. But yeah, I'm pleased, very pleased. It's going very well.
Overall, a good day?
Yeah. I didn't expect to do all 3 heats, but yeah, we did well.
So I see your fitness is getting better.
Yeah, it's getting better, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Jimbo.
Thanks.
Well done. Well done, man.
after a big fire down in Cape Town. So yeah, it was a brilliant day. Heat 1, we won quite comfortably. Heat 2, Mikhail, I just didn't have an answer for him. I think I cooked my tires. And then race 3, I had to do everything in my powers to keep that boy behind me. Look, he's definitely a rising star, and really proud of how far he's come. You know, for a young guy to just jump into a GT3 car and be on pace. You know, it's really impressive. So kudos to Kishore and Mikhail, and then also kudos to Stradale Motorsport. Joost and his team, brilliant job. I mean, our cars have performed so well today. So all in all, a good weekend.
Awesome job, well done, man.
Thunder Saloons and Sports, second heat and second heat ever for Thunder Sports and Saloons, or Saloons and Sports. And good to see a nice field of thundering V8s and some sports cars all chucked into the mix here nicely. Race 1 winner was Peter Zeely. Well, it would have been had he stayed on track until about 2 corners to go. Gave a victory to Jonathan du Toit, of course, in the Opel Astra, an ex-Westbank modified saloon car that he's now piloting. Let's see if Zeely can do anything about it this time and possibly stay on track after a small mistake, trying to get through on a back marker with about a lap to go. Majority of the field is made up, of course, of Nash Sports, the local brand of sports cars built here by Matt Nash and James Forbes. A couple of Sports 2000s in there as well, and it looks like Mark du Toit has changed his allegiance and jumped into the spare car. It's not the Lola T70 Spider that he's piloting, but he's now climbed into the Daytona for the second heat. And there you can see it there. Du Toit piloting one of the Trans-Africa Racing stable cars, having had a bit of an issue in the Spider in the first heat. Gerald Wright in the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000 and Robin Creel in the Backdraft Cobra. That's what we're going to be looking out for now into the second heat. Not really heat because the conditions here are pretty cold and have been miserable most of the day. A little bit of sunlight here in the closing stages of Saturday the 14th, but certainly still some cold conditions out there. V8 power will come into play in its own there for the Opel Astra. It's an ex-Westbank modified saloon car. And as I said, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was Peter Goff who potentially piloted that car, but I've got to stand under correction for that. I'm not quite sure if anybody else has got information on that car, but it certainly looks like the one that Goff piloted in his career. I know that Johan Ferree had one as well, and so did Sorrell, and in fact even Michael Briggs had one, but he had the Opel Calibra, not the Astra. So it could be either Goff or Johan Ferree's that he's piloting there now as part of the Trans-Africa Racing stable. Gerald Wright doing a superb job in his Sports 2000 as always. That's how we're going to be getting into this heat of racing. Most of the rest of the pack, as I said, are Nash Sports, the Nash Sports specials that are piloted by most of these drivers in the South African Endurance Series. And as I said, a lot of these drivers will be using this opportunity to get some track time and some seat time and maybe a little bit of rust off in the break between races there for the South African Endurance Series and for the Thunder Saloons and Sports Cars. A lot of them will probably be heading down to Aldo Scribanti next weekend for round 3 of the South African Endurance Series. Robin Creel definitely looking forward to that one. She'll be piloting at Backdraft Cobra along with her husband Stian and with Kusi Veyers. Of course, they share that car in the Endurance Series Championship. Try not to cook the brakes too much, and then might give Zeely a run for his money in the end because he's got the additional power that's available there. But the The nimble ability of that Speeds RS12 is very good with Peter Zealy behind the wheel. He'll just be looking to keep it on the black stuff and not make any vital mistakes like he did in the first heat. Toy coming up on the back end of the Nash Sports in the Daytona. It shall be Daytona. Very, very good car, particularly at this track. Full of victories in various categories there for Mark Toy and Jonathan Toy, and a whole bunch of car of Jaco Pienaar. There's your leader out of Kenwood and heading down the hill towards the final corner at G&H Transport. It's Peter Zealy from... Zealy's got a problem. Zealy pulling into the pit lane. That was a weird exit of the circuit. He was right on the far side of the circuit and at the last minute dived across ahead of Jonathan Toy. Toy now can just cruise home. He doesn't have to do anything. Oh, but as I say that, even he's having some problems. Looks like those brake issues have come back in for the Opel Astra. And some smoke coming through out of the front end of that car. We heard from Jonathan in the first race that it was brake issues. And maybe more of the same. So Jonathan Toy will now lead out over Dean Wilson. Dean Wilson second, and third place will be Robin Creel. Sorry, Gerald Wright. My timing just went wrong there. I forgot about putting him in there. Gerald Wright will be there just ahead of Dean Wilson. So battle for third place could be between Wilson and Creel. And this will be 5th, 6th and 7th place. So nice running here from these guys. There it is. Apologies for that one, Gerald. Wright still up there in second place. Leading SR3. And then Wilson leading SR4 in the first of the Nash Sports, with Robin Creel behind him. Right motorsport machine there of Gerald Wright. Usually doesn't put a wheel wrong. We have had issues in that car in the past where the smoke has been a problem, but it never stopped the car from competing a race, and hopefully I'm not going to give him the commentator's curse there. Wilson certainly closing things down, wants to possibly get up there for a second overall. We have had a Nash Sport on the podium for a South African Endurance Series overall. Now looking for a first time outing for them to be on the podium overall in the inaugural running of Thunder Saloons and Sports. First time that this collaboration has happened at a racetrack ever in South Africa. Nice initiative to give the sports cars a run, and of course a couple of big bangers that don't fit into the other categories due to their engine derivatives or lap times or whatever the issue is. It's now got a place for them to play. I know there are a couple more of those old modified saloons around. Yeah, I think it's a two-lap race, 2 laps to go in this race, because it does say 10 on the program, but they only did 8 in the first one. So a possibility of starting their final lap now. 7 done and 1 to go. We'll keep an eye on that. 6, yep, there we go. 6 down and 2 to go. So I can see, yeah, they've crossed the line there. So 2 to go now for these guys. Timing has been a bit of an issue here today as well because of the cold conditions, I think, and also with the signal, we were getting it up and down, so it freezes every now and again. So we've got to keep our eyes on what's happening on track as well as what's happening at TJ Timing. So Toy heads down the hill, possibly start his final lap. That's the gap he's got. Almost a lap ahead of everybody else, but understandable with that big V8. Possibly the last lap here for Jonathan Toy. About a 30-second lead over Gerald Wright in second now, and he leads out SR3. Dean Wilson just behind him in SR4, and Robin Creel in the AC Cobra class. Well, it's a backdraft Cobra, beg your pardon. Well, the timing monitor on the side of the circuit says 3 to go. I don't know if they've got that one right or wrong. Maybe they've gone and done the full 10 laps for this one. We'll keep an eye though, just in case. Ron Burgundy Harmser makes his way down the back straightaway in the second of the Sports 2000s. Okay, so as he comes across the line, are you either going to the flag? No, 2 to go. 2 to go there for him. So we are going to do the full 10 laps this time out. I think Detroit will probably think to himself, could we please do 8? For the amount of brakes he might have left in that car. He heads towards turn 2. It's the brakes that are starting to cook there. You can see the smoke coming off those front hubs. There is second place Gerald Wright coming into turn 8 as Jonathan Dutoy heads towards turn 4. So he's literally got half a lap ahead of everybody else. Wilson and Creel still for 3 and 4. .31-second gap there between 1 and 2 according to our TJ timing. With Jonathan Dutoy being the J, of course, in TJ timing. One to go. Final lap going to start here for the Thunder Saloons and Sports. You said that car piloted a couple of drivers in its career. I'm going to stick with my guns and say Peter Goff and possibly Johan Free, previous owners of that car, as they come up into, well, he comes up on some back markers. To the top of the hill now for the final time for Jonathan Dutoy. Gerald Wright heading into turn 2. Here it comes onto the brakes for second place now for Gerald Wright and the Wright Motorsport Sports 2000. And not too far behind him should be Dean Wilson. And then Robin Creel. There you go. So to the line and over the line they go. Nice run there from Robin Creel. I'll give that car a little bit of a rust breaker before next weekend. Matt Nash has got through there. And I think he might just be able to beat Gavin Rook to the line. He does. Paul Sullivan will be behind them. Then Ron Harmson. So down in Park for May, we're going to pick up now on Robin Creel after a great drive in her backdraft Cobra.
Robin, talk me through your day there in the Cobra. How was it?
Yeah, it was a really cool day. Thanks to Zwartkops for almost creating a class for us to come and ride in. I think a few weeks ago, I think it was the V8s that pulled out, so I think they put together a class called the Thunder Saloon, so a whole lot of randoms came together and it was actually a whole lot of fun. just testing the Cobra for Stian, who's going to go use it at the hill climb in the beginning of September.
Oh, that's awesome. Thanks for an awesome day.
Yeah, thank you.
Car Care Clinic is a nationwide auto service and repair centre. Our fully trained and qualified technicians are standing by to care for your car. For personal attention and integrity, Car Care Clinic is first choice every time. Fast and efficient service is our personal guarantee.
Hi, I'm Louis Skulls from Car Care Clinic. We love cars so much we even race them. Franchise opportunities are available at Car Care Clinic.
Car Care Clinic. We love cars. They love cars and we love car racing, and it's Louis Skulls who's going to be on the front row with Harry Arangis for the second heat of Car Care Clinic 111 and the sports and GT category combined. Interesting to see how things are going to turn out here with Skulls ahead of Mark Dutoy and Dirk Lawrence. I don't see Dutoy out on track just yet, so I'm not quite sure if he was able to jump in to the Z4 that he should be piloting here for the second heat of Car Care Clinic's outing. And also I got some information being thrown my way that there's a certain Paul dealership of Car Care Clinic that's now in the hands of Daniel Rowe, who's now relocated there. And of course he'll be looking forward to looking after you at Car Care Clinic in Paul. The rest of the pack are lined up. It's Adrian Dalton, Pete Potgieter, Mark Harvey and Wayne Labochki. Watch out for the return of Philip Meyer. If he doesn't stay on track, he'll definitely be in the mix and hunting things down for a potential win in his Porsche for Class A. As they come through there, you've got two polos at the back there of Kobus Brits and Peter Vermeulen. But there is Dutoy. I actually didn't see him. He was right behind Louis Skulls. Harry Arangis looks like he's pulled out. Oh, is he there as well? Okay, so he's coming through the pack as well. Okay, there comes Harry. Yep, he's making his way to the front end as well, trying to get to the front as quickly as possible, trying to avoid the guys warming their tyres. So we should have Harry on pole and Louis Skulls alongside him. Mark Dutoy and Dirk Lawrence will be the second row. Then it's Johan van der Vijver in the Subaru. There he comes. It's Bob Neal and Leonard Archer and George Schmalberger, who should be making his way around in the Shield GTI. I didn't see Smallberger on track, but I might have missed him. Okay, now they resume their correct positions. Arangis should be on the right, and he makes his way to that position right now as we get ready to go. And under starters orders, the pace car pulls off the circuit. It's up to Arangis now to dictate the pace, with Louis Skulls alongside him. A small gap, as you can see there, between the GT cars and Class A. Stand by for our start of the final heat of racing here today from Zwartkops and the Regional Extreme Festival. Lights out and we're racing down towards turn 1. It looks like Harry Arangis getting the drop. He heads into turn 1 just ahead of Louis Skulls. Louis Skulls tucks in behind him. And a good start coming out of Philip Meyer. Goes side by side with Labochki into turn 1 as well. People Group Porsche taking on the Shield Golf 1. As they come now out of turn 2, chopping and changing as we see the Z4 of Mark Dutoy trying to get through there. Trying to just squeeze out that second place car. Didn't quite get it all according to plan, and neither did Mark Harvey Wallbanger. Mark Harvey got it all out of shape coming out of turn 2, and he drops to the back. So looks like the Porsche's battling through turn 2. First time out it was that man, Philip Meyer. This time it's Mark Harvey who didn't quite get it according to plan. Up to the top of the hill, Louis Skulls under pressure now from Mark Dutoy. Dutoy closes right onto the bumper of that GTR 7. Looking for a way through, but can't find it just yet. You can see that Harry Arangis is going to capitalize on that to try and get away from the two of them while they fight it out. Might just slow themselves down and hinder their attempt to get through on Arangis. Then it's Lawrence in 4th, Archer in 5th. Oh, and a little out of shape there from Dirk Lawrence. Maybe he's starting to feel the effects of all the racing he's done today. It's a good move as well coming out of Pete Potgieter. He's in 2nd place in Class A, but he's lost a little bit of ground there to Adrian Dalton, who's right onto the back of Leonard Archer and looking for a way through. In fact, Van der Vijver, I beg your pardon, in the Subaru. So Leonard Archer just ahead of those two, but it's pretty close stuff there. in the background between him and Dirk Lawrence. And I think Lawrence might be feeling the effects because here comes Archer on his inside, and here comes Dalton on Van der Pfeiffer. Philip Mayer closing onto the back end as well. And looking to get away through there on Piet Potgieter. He's in the Rocky livery. Rocky the boxer, that is, from Nathan's Motorsport. He's always had some famous actor or some famous icon on the side of his car. This time out with the ding ding, seconds out, round number 2 for Piet Potgieter, ex-motorcycle racer, of course. And now into four-wheeled action for a long, long time. ACD Welcome is Leonard Archer in that Hyundai i20. He came in and got whatever the issue was sorted out. Now taking on Dirk Lawrence, pulling away from Dalton. Adrian Dalton definitely looking for another victory here in Class A. And he's got the Devlaw machine between him. Louis Scott's also doing a great job to stay there with Harry Arangis. Pulled a small margin now over Mark du Toit for third. Lawrence in fourth and fifth place. Here's Leonard Archer. Great move there from Scholz, trying to put the pressure onto Arangis. Arangis soaks it up now, for now. Definitely a move on here. Oh, there's a problem for Louis Scholz. I wonder if he pushed that car a little bit too hard, maybe went into limp mode. And Scholz has got an issue, he's pulled to the sideline. Louis Scholz from Car Care Clinic has pulled out of the Car Care Clinic 111 and Sports and GT category. The GT Sports and Saloons category is now in the hands of Harry Arangis and Mark du Toit. That's such a pity to lose Louis. Dirk Lawrence now moves up to gifted third place, which means Archer's going to fight him for it. And that's exactly what Leonard Archer's doing in that ACD Welcome Hyundai gets. He's doing everything right. Shield Golf is Wayne Labotsky, currently leading Class B. Slightly different livery on that car. He's ahead of Josh Veyers in the Opel Corsa. And that battle for Class C not done just yet. There is the Corsa of Veyers. And he has got George Aldrich on his tail in the Ford Focus. ST Focus now slowly but surely closing down on Veyers. Opel Motorsport colours on the side of that little Corsa light. There goes Labotsky, Class B. Veyers, Class B. Aldrich in Class X. Rousseau car and Rousseau colours still there. Andre de Lange, the original pilot of that car. Hello, that's not where you want to go, Dirk Lawrence. Onto the grass on the outside of turn 3, usually ends up in tears. Very lucky to survive that. But it's given ACD Welcome's Leonard Archer third place on track. And third place in the GT category as well. This will be a good run here for him. Coming through on the back markers. That is incredible drive coming out of the Volkswagen Polo of Kuba Spritz, who's sponsored by the wife. Just to let you all know, that's what he's got on his official program. It's Class X, driver name Kuba Spritz, car or vehicle Volkswagen Polo, sponsor the wife. Love it when your wife allows you to go racing. It's great stuff. Big move to get through on some of the back markers now from Leonard Archer. Just wants to keep it on the track. About 1.5 laps to go. And some work still to be done for Dirk Lawrence if he wants to catch that little Hyundai gets, and he's trying to. Hasn't given up just yet. He knows that if something goes wrong, he can still get onto the podium for the overall. Arangis coming down into G&H Transport corner now for the penultimate time. and he's got Dutoy on his tail. First and second on the road, heading to turn 2 for the penultimate, of the last time in anger. Arangis versus Dutoy. And not a long way to go for these guys. About 1.5 Ks of action still to go. I don't know if Dutoy's got enough here. I think he's going to settle for second, unless something happens with Harry Arangis, which is highly unlikely. The preparation that happens at Stradale Motorsport is pretty high up there. All Fluid Systems 370Z in the hands of Harry Arangis from Stradale Motorsport, about to come to the checkered flag. Dutoy will take second and some vital championship points in the GT class. Flags out, and that's how it finishes. Arangis from Dutoy. It's 370Z versus Z4. 227 is Marius Malherbe. He'll come through to finish up possibly at the top end of Class D. So a good run there from Malherbe. Third place, it is Leonard Archer, and Dirk Lawrence will be kicking himself for that small mistake of running wide out of turn 3. Coming across the line, lead of triple ones, and the win goes to Adrian Dalton again, who beats out Pete Porchita, and third place going to Philip Meyer in the People Group Porsche. That is now Peter Vermeulen coming across the line, and he'll take Class E honours in the Car Care Clinic triple ones and GT Sports and Saloons. Great run from the Extra Shoes car there. Extra Shoes and Clothing. Adrian Dalton will be happy with his results. There's unofficial results of the triple ones and GT Sports and Saloons. GT class, Harry Arangis, Mark Dutoy, Leonard Archer, Dirk Lawrence, and Johan van der Pfeiffer down in 7th place, but he'll be 5th overall in the GTs. You can see Louis Scholz's car being pulled to the sideline and out of harm's way and back into the track so they can get it back into pit lane. As you see Adrian Dalton winning things out in Class A ahead of Pete Porchita and Philip Meyer. Class B went to Labochki ahead of Josh Veyers. Class X to George Aldrich. Class D to Marius Malherbe in the 924 Porsche. E's went to Vermeulen, and second place in the X category goes to Kuberspritz in his wife-sponsored Volkswagen Polo. We'll catch up with some of the drivers just before we wrap things up. We certainly hope you enjoyed all the action there from Car Care Clinic, Triple One, and GT Sports and Saloons. Now here is a success story. Car Care Clinic service centers are located countrywide. We guarantee personal attention as well as the best customer care around. For all your major repair work and servicing needs, Car Care Clinic is the best. You'll be amazed at our rapid turnaround time and customer guarantee. Car Care Clinic is not just your #1 service center, we are #1 on the racetrack as well. Car Care Clinic franchises are available nationwide. Car Care Clinic, we love cars. Awesome job there from Uncle Harry as he climbs out of that 370Z. See Claudio's down there as soon as he's got a chance to get out and ready to go. We might be able to catch up and get him a chance to catch his breath as well. He's had an absolutely awesome time and always does when he's in his race car. So it's great to see some victories there from both him and his son here today for the Stradale Motorsport team. See the big smile there on Harry's face.
Took a while, but I tell you, Stradale prepared this car to the best they could. And of course,
So let's catch up now with Harry Oranges down in the pit box after race number 2 of GT Sports and Saloons.
Harry, double for the day. You've got to be happy with that, and the car's finally gotten a win.
Yes, you know what, we worked hard on this car. It stood for about 5 years. So we took the opportunity and worked through it and went through all the shocks, all the tyres, all the road joints, everything. And the team really prepared a superb car. I was worried the last race. In the pits, the car started, but it wouldn't select it here. So I'll tell you, the crew was in and out, and eventually they got it right, and I could catch up and take a race win again.
Awesome job, well done.
Thanks a lot.
Car Care Clinic is a nationwide auto service and repair centre. Our fully trained and qualified technicians are standing by to care for your car. For personal attention and integrity, Car Care Clinic is first choice every time. Fast and efficient service is our personal guarantee.
Hi, I'm Louis Skulls from Car Care Clinic. We love cars so much we even race them. Franchise opportunities are available at Car Care Clinic.
Car Care Clinic. We love cars. And we certainly love racing them as well. A massive thanks to Car Care Clinic and to everybody that was involved here today for the opening round of after lockdown of the Regional Extreme Festival here at Zwartkops, the arena of motorsport. We certainly enjoyed all the action that was provided out on circuit, and of course all of the tributes that were done today for some of the stalwarts in motorsport that were lost in our lockdown period to the battle against COVID. And we wish them and all their families all the very best. Remember, we have got action coming over the next 2 weeks as well. Next weekend down at the PE Aldo Scribanti circuit. And then remember, at the end of the month, it is the first round after lockdown of the National Extreme Festival. Make sure you check out all that action on our Facebook feeds, as well as on all the live stream feeds on YouTube and the likes. From myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, take care then. Bye-bye now.